Right, coming back from break, back to budget workshop. We are still on elected officials. Jane, I'm sorry we didn't invite you back in yesterday. That's an oversight. Glad we corrected that today.
But the one thing, Commissioner, I wanted to just, before we jump into Treasury, is at 10:12 this morning, the juvenile Janet was awarded $370,000 grant. So that's a big deal.
Yes.
She went and worked hard for that, and she's gonna be able to buy some good equipment and help with some of those costs that she talked about. But to be awarded a $370,000 grant from the state of Texas and our county, across any department, is a big number, big deal. So if y'all see her, or if you go,
Who was it?
Jana, the juvenile board.
Congratulations.
I mean, that time in here too, while I pull this up, they're treated differently than adult probation. I mean, they're scrapping hard, and they're dealing with teenagers that are being really dumb. And so her patience and her stuff, and being able to know that that's getting taken care of in our county and done with class and dignity, I think, all that, that's a big deal for our county there. And I just kind of wanted to just call that out. And if anybody feels obligated within their, congrats, I'll send this email to everybody just so y'all have it.
Well,
Oh, you may already done
I
it.
think, yeah. Yeah.
So I just, a little bit goes a long ways when you want to tell her thank you, I guess. So, I'll get over to,
Yeah, I know she's been struggling with, funding payroll in general.
Yeah.
This is the year. So with all the kids that she has to, I guess, reward the facilities.
yeah, it was obviously a timing issue that we were trying to get money back from the state.
Yeah.
Right. Treasurer, I think what, Jay, just so you know, I think for your specific salary, or the county treasurer salary, or for start in
Right.
January for you, what we've done, just to kind of summarize, is gone and looked at how our offices compare to the TAC average. The TAC average is calculated by any counties that have 50 to 99,000 in population that are within 75 miles of the DFW metroplex. So we forgot any rural county, and we forgot Houston, around Houston, San Antonio, Austin. So if I remember you correctly, I think your original budget, you actually kept Treasury's salary flat. We did, in order to kind of keep in range with everybody else, we did bump that up almost $3,500, which puts you about 3% over the TAC range. So that's kind of started off, Judge. Just
Yeah.
That's pretty much what we did with all elected office. It's around between 1% and 3%. Line along the taco shop.
Here's the county treasurer's budget overall. So two things that are obviously that Jane is asking for in her budget, one being additional deputy clerk, and two, this non-recurring payroll for vacation hours adjustment here.
Right. And so I think the consensus was as to the vacation, that's not something we have traditionally done.
Yes, for any regular employees that transition to an elected position, yes. We've done it for Ruby Cobra that came in from chief deputy to the treasurer, because the vacation time that I'm accruing now, I cannot use it until the first of the year. So therefore, the county actually owes me the vacation time that I owe this year. Next year, because elected official doesn't have
vacation.
Exactly. I actually earned my first time, vacation time.
So is that different than what?
Same with her as well. Sandy.
Was saying? I mean,
I'm
Does any of our employees, if they take their if they don't take their vacation time, does it get added on to the next year's vacation time, or do they lose it?
That I don't know, because that's within each office, rather they.
No,
let
they'll
them
come
approve
under our,
it, you know.
they'll come under a personnel policy for
Right,
every
but
department.
my situation happened when Ryan became sick. I couldn't take any of my vacation time. I took as much as I could. It's because I mean, it was just me doing what he's doing. So I can't take my vacation time. So therefore, the county.
How many years have you not taken vacation?
I haven't been taking vacation. I want to say probably 8 years. I mean, I take some, I take whatever I can. Whatever's left that I couldn't take, the county pays me for that.
Oh, there's any why then.
And during that time that she's talking about, we paid her elected official pay because she was performing Ryan's duties for the most part.
so in essence, the request is to be paid full for FY 26 pay and for the full year of FY 27 vacation.
I am able to take some vacation for the 2026 fiscal year. The 2027 fiscal year actually is what I'm doing now. Which normally, you know, for example, an employee coming in, you have to work a full year to earn vacation.
Mhm.
So we are actually accruing vacation, you know, year time. So whatever I'm accruing now is actually, I can't use it until 2027. The 2027, I'm transitioning to an elected official. So that's a totally different bracket.
What do we do with vacation when someone's terminated?
We pay them if they
Pay them the vacation?
Yes, sir.
If they quit or they voluntarily quit,
You can quit or terminate.
The
You know, it's
four
because they have
causes of
earned those time already.
they earned in the current year. So if I quit today, you're saying I'm accruing today for next year, but I don't get paid next year's time. I only get paid what I have in this year's budget.
So let's just say
So in
if I,
that,
yeah, if
in
I
essence,
quit.
that's that number right here. So I'm just saying, if you're like, hey, guys, I'm gonna be out, I'm gonna take the next 3 months off, 4 months off till I get to become elected official. I'm done.
Then
We,
you have to pay up
we
for
would
that.
pay you this number, the 7,700.
Absolutely. That is correct.
But then this $9,100 is in essence, like I know when you, Sheriff, had some people that retired this January, the first week of January, and they had to work either January 1st or 5th. I remember the date. But I remember there was a portion that they had to work in essence in this calendar year to pick up that vacation for they be paid full. But my understanding there is that they, in essence, were employed as a W-2 person, non-elected official on January 1st at 8 a.m. Yes, I'm just using round numbers. So, okay. And that allowed them at that point in time to, when they retire or quit, they were in essence due the full year of vacation.
But
That was
also fell under that criteria. You did as well, whenever you transitioned to elected. And I wasn't compensated for my year if you call that accrued prior to becoming elected, I didn't get compensated for it. That's not saying that was right. I'm simply saying I wasn't. Were you?
No, sir.
And were you compensated for, in essence, if you quit December 31st, you were compensated for vacation for let's just say you quit December 31st, FY 26, because you remember y'all were paid out for your vacation as an employee, because in essence, you quit December 31st, right, from your
I
job.
didn't
And
get
then,
I didn't get any compensation. As I said yesterday, the maximum amount of hours at that time or days you could bank. And remember, I had been here 25 years at that point in time and never taken a sick day. So do 25 times 12, and that's 300 sick days that the county would have owed me if they allowed you to bank. They wouldn't allow you to bank but 60 days. So for 10 years, I was in excess of that 60 days. But when I transitioned from employee to elected, I got zero compensation. It all went away. But I'm just telling you what happened to me. I'm not speaking for her or him.
So, yeah, same, I didn't, that's nothing. I mean, go from getting a check every other week from the elected, that didn't change.
so is it a policy of the county, or you said something about the treasury office? Is it?
I know
policy of the
that's
treasury office?
how it was transitioned when I moved over to the treasurer's office. Ruby Coker was the chief deputy. And when she became the elected official, that's what took place because she challenged me in court up there.
Do you know anything about all this, or, I mean, because I don't know how it doesn't apply to you.
No, I know Sherry said she wasn't compensated when she took office.
Is there anybody else, like, I mean, it's, for me, it's important, probably at the risk of the county that
Right.
we do what we say we're gonna do,
Mhm.
and unfortunately, if it was missed, it was missed. But the precedent of setting, because I think we do want
Right.
some of our employees to look at elected officials and want to be that one day if they decide to do that. And I think it's a good thing. Similar to what Jane's bringing a wealth of knowledge to that role. There's not a whole lot of transition, in the district, in the county clerk's office, but we have to be consistent how we do this.
It's kind of
I'd say
setting
we
new
go back and take
policy.
that plus interest. I'll be glad to go back and get mine now, plus interest. I mean, it's just business. And the documents still exist.
Is it establishing new policy? Retroactive, like he's saying?
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know.
All I can speak to is me, what happened with me.
I would say Pat would be the person. Just to
Look at our HR policy.
Did you?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. I think it'd be good to have her in here when we start talking about employee salaries as well, because then we're looking at job descriptions, and things like that.
I don't know if she can walk away from, I know she's outside doing
something wrong.
open enrollment. Maybe they have somebody that can send it
Okay.
for her. Maybe most of the employees got done today too, this morning, but yeah, I think we got to get to the bottom of what, A, the policy manual says, and two, what is allowed, because we want to make sure we're taking care of everybody.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll put that, because I mean, to be in Jane's favor, when she just quit December 31st, like put a resignation in or 2 weeks notice in before and get paid $7,700 out. I mean, in essence, I would, if I were in her position, I would quit my chief deputy treasurer role a day before I take off the elected official, get the payout of the accrued vacation for at least that fiscal year. And then
What's,
take off. as
what's keep
January
any
1st.
employee from doing?
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's what I said.
I'm not trying to be rude, trying to
Yes,
game the
yes,
system,
policy, new policy.
but if I were to try to game the system, I would quit. I put my 2 weeks notice in before December 31st,
Yeah.
minus 14 days. Let December 31st be my last day officially record that I'm going to quit my chief deputy role, pay me out my vacation, and then the next morning start as an elected official. That's Charlie trying to validate the game there.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be rude. but,
No,
And I'm just trying to do the right thing. So, but you know, but I don't want to be discounted either. I feel
Sure.
like I have been, discounted for a very long time. Comes to this, I have been doing this for 12 years now. And I have been discounted on a lot of things.
So, Julie, I guess Julie's in here. Should we?
Yeah.
Her up to speed?
They're up to
Yeah.
speed, yeah.
Julie, there's a question, and I don't know what A, the policy manual says, or B, what maybe TAC could advise us on. So we have a few employees that are transitioning to elected officials on January 1st. Both of them are actually sitting in this room right now. And so the question at hand is kind of twofold. One, the vacation that they are accruing or have right now currently in FY 26 for their bucket, right? Should or shouldn't they be paid that out in December? Because they're in essence stopping being a W-2 employee come December 31st. When I say W-2 employee, they're not an elected official. I should say that better that way.
Because they don't, elected officials don't approve.
So in essence, I'm quitting my job on December 31st, right? As the chief deputies of both the, the county clerk's office and the treasurer's office. And so therefore, if I'm quitting, just like any other normal employee, I would pay the vacation. Again, I don't know how this has happened in the past or what we've done in the past, but that's in my brain, just focusing on that issue on kind of bucket number one. The other bucket number two that's being presented here is, I'll call it, we're accruing vacation time and longevity from today that's going to kick in for FY 27, the fiscal year, calendar year 27. The example that we used were some of the people in the sheriff's department are employed January 1st, January 2nd, and then when they quit January 2nd or retire, they get paid out in essence a full year of vacation. Is that how we do that? So the second bucket here is, well, Jane's making the point, well, I'm accruing that vacation FY calendar year FY 26. So I'm due that in FY 27, which would pay out there. So, but even though she's not
It's
in
gonna pay out in fiscal year 27.
calendar, well, yeah, that's what she's presenting. I guess it says paid out January 15th, 2027.
Yeah.
But in essence, she's not January 1st at 8 a.m. She's an elected official, not in a non-elected official county. So the other two in the room that have transitioned in there believe they weren't paid out anything, whether it be, yeah, I don't mean to say it in a doubting way. So I'm just, excuse me. They know they weren't paid out either one of these buckets. They weren't paid out the accrued vacation they had if they were to, in essence, quit the day before they become an elected official, or they weren't paid out the next fiscal year's. But what they would have had if they would have, in essence, been employed as a non-elected official on 8 a.m. January 1st. Any insights or thoughts, or maybe you run the traps of TAC or how our employee manual talks about a transition from?
Well, I mean, this is the first time since I've been doing payroll.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the first time I've had employees transition
Yes,
to
ma'am.
elected officials. So I don't know how it was handled before. But yes, I don't believe there's anything actually written in detail about that in our policy manual.
Okay.
Which might be something that we.
Is there a way that you think,
clarify.
what's her name in TAC? I'm apologizing.
Haley?
Is there a way that Haley can maybe give us guidance?
Yes.
Do y'all want to solicit guidance from TAC?
Sure.
absolutely.
That's
Sure.
just, I'm sure they've seen it. They've probably dealt with it. That way we're across the board the same way and we're doing it and we're not out of policy compliance. So we'd hate to not pay an employee and then we'd hate to, obviously the then question is, well, if we didn't do it in the past, and we're supposed to do it,
Should we
is there?
retro it or somehow?
Ready, I can give accounting information right now.
So, yes, ma'am, that's the big thing.
Okay.
Direct deposit works.
I'm ready. I'll take your check.
That's one that we're trying to think about, if you could run the trap on that.
Okay.
I know you're doing open enrollment today.
We'll be finished.
I know, are you booked the rest of the day, or do you need to be in the hot seat over there, or?
We're gonna try to wrap up around 3 or 3:30.
Okay, we're, just to kind of give you what we're doing, is okay?
Yeah.
Just we've gotten through all the elected officials
Mhm.
and their salaries. So those letters and stuff are being worked on with Kim and the rest, so we can get out. We're going to now go through all the employees that were presented.
Okay.
After Jane, is done. And so I think Judge Carhan maybe wanted you to be in the room for ideas of, these are similar positions and job titles, and these are not similar positions and job titles.
Yeah.
So,
As far as responsibilities.
I know you're double, we're kind of calling you. I don't know. If you're not in that seat for the next hour, is that going to put them as a,
Yeah, because I.
Get scheduled appointments.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Do what you need to do out there, and if you can come in here, it'd be
I mean,
helpful.
some have been coming earlier than what we actually
ma'am.
had them scheduled today, so we have knocked out quite a bit.
Okay.
And so it may be before 3, but
That's fine. Yeah, so that's like, if you can wrap that up and maybe come in, we'll brush through it, and then you can kind of come in and give your 2 cents if we're out of line on.
Yeah,
That'd be 2 cents. Your opinion on where we're missing things. Is that fair?
Greta, did you work for Vicky before you were elected
No, I worked for Connie.
for Connie?
Filled in.
But
I
you
was
were,
in Vicky's place.
but I mean, you were an employee and then you transitioned to an elected official.
Yes.
So the question presented to her, there's number 3 here.
So the question at hand is, when you transition from a non-elected official to elected official, were you paid out vacation that you would have accrued in the fiscal year? Like, in essence, if you would have quit December 31st from your non-elected official role, and you just said, hey, I'm gonna go and work at HEB, you would have been paid out your vacation, right? Just like any normal
I don't
employee.
remember getting anything.
You don't remember either getting it for the current fiscal year, or like you would, if you were to retire January 1st, you in essence get that full fiscal year. You don't remember either one of those buckets being presented to you or paid out.
there's also the possibility that we had a totally different policy at this
100%,
day,
yes, sir.
so the effective date of our current policy is gonna matter.
Yeah, of course, yes, sir.
Just,
My day was 2018.
You transition January 1st, 2018, you
Well,
transition.
it was in April 2nd. I was.
2018,
Oh, you
2013,
after you won the primary.
what did you transition?
Judge Gray retired.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So she was in the fiscal year.
Treasurer was here before I became transitioned and before you transitioned. So if a policy or procedure was enacted at that time, then it was in place when I transitioned,
Yeah.
when you transitioned.
Did you transition same year? I wanted to go to this.
Former treasurer.
Tell Greg.
Frank,
I know.
Ruby.
Yeah, I'm simply saying if it changed, if the procedure was in place when Ruby transitioned, I came along after that. He came along after that. She came along after
She's the
that.
one that started that,
Yeah,
because
and
I
don't
questioned
remember, but
it,
it may be.
and I know that was granted to her, and
So it's gonna
profile,
be,
the changes, and change the status and all the paperwork is in her personnel file.
it sounds like we're gonna have a bigger issue if if the same policy in place the whole time, and then we're
I don't
essentially
think there is
looking.
a policy, per policy, but that's what it was approved, and I know they had to come to the court to get it approved, because there was a payroll change. Someone had to sign off on it. So,
This is specifically for who?
Ruby Coker, who that's the one that transitioned me over to, from the auditor's office to the treasurer's
That
office.
she went from a non-elected official to
Yes,
elected.
she was a chief deputy treasurer. And then Joe Graves retired. That's when she, and she,
Is there a way, in essence, we go back to payroll and look at that?
you go back to the file and you have it in there, where we're going to sign off on it and change the status and everything. I do, because I do the payroll side.
Well, if it was a policy, it wouldn't have come before Commissioners Court. It would have just been done.
Right.
If
she's saying-
if it came through Commissioners Court, then it was a request.
Yeah.
Request for a deal, which
Well,
is,
it was signed, all I know is it was signed.
which I don't know at that point, if it's just a request, if that's granted a one-time thing, or that's.
That means it can be denied.
That's right.
Say that one more time. Joe.
If it's a request, asking this court to act implies that we can also deny it.
Right.
Because
but
if
I-
it was a policy, it would just be, you could just get
There'd
done.
be no
I guess
reason.
yeah, that's fair, Judging Commission. My question back to that is, if I only ask the Commissioners Court to do it, is that a one-time thing, or does that set precedent for future deals?
Well, obviously it didn't set precedents because.
No, I understand. I just didn't know how typically this works.
I would imagine it'd be a case by case basis.
Practice becomes your policy.
Yeah, otherwise you'd, change the policy.
Right.
If you don't have a written policy, your practice becomes your policy.
Yes. That's in our manual, when it's talking about vacation, it does say that vacation will not be paid out unless approved by the Commissioners Court. Like you can, like just not talking about transitioning from employee to elected official, just any employee, if they requested that they wanted to have their balance of their vacation paid out at the end of the year.
No, I'm talking about okay, yeah, I see. Without being
That's
terminated
the
or
only
quitting.
thing that comes to mind that's in our policy.
So let me say it back just so I understand. If this is not a termination or an employee quitting, right?
Right.
So this is just if I'm an employee at December 31st and need some cash, that thing is a substantial amount of
Because-
vacation.
Because
I-
vacation doesn't carry.
Right, I can come through the Commissioner Court and request them to pay me out my vacation and still be an employee the next day. If I were to terminate or quit December 31st, then I would
And you
be,
have a balance.
that does not need to come in front of the
No.
Commissioners. Okay, I just want to make sure we're, at least for my simple ag, I'm these long ones, they've got it figured out, but, I just want to make sure that this being said and established. So will you get with Haley and see what she says? Because and maybe note to her that this was done once. I don't know about how long ago. When did,
That would have been in the early 2000s.
okay, so let's just say early 2000s. That, it happened once in the early 2000s. It was brought in front of the Commissioners Court, assuming it's been brought from the Commissioner Court, it was approved. But it's not in our written policy. How would we deal with this?
And obviously, I guess it hasn't been a practice because they,
Or 1, 2, 3, I haven't done it, but we've got 2 this year
And Darrell Waller.
that are transitioning. So we need to figure it out, right? I mean, I think if we need to set the policy, if that's the normal policy that TAC backs and approves, I think we need to do a policy adjustment pretty damn quick, pretty quick. So we can set it so these folks, when they do transition December 31st, are taken care of. And then the question would be the retroactive, so.
Was Jackie a deputy when he got elected to JP?
Waller?
Jackie?
No, Jackie, JJ,
No,
Jackie.
Senior.
senior.
No.
Okay.
Well, Waller was a constable or about to transition to constable. No, he was a deputy.
He was a
Transition to.
I was thinking
So he was
Jackie
employed.
was a deputy at some point.
They worked for us for a while and then went.
Well, he went to the precinct
Yeah.
on,
Yeah,
so he didn't sever employment. So that would fit JJ.
Yeah.
Because he left the sheriff's office, he went to the employee of the precinct barn,
he
and then he didn't leave the precinct barn, he didn't sever.
He's
He was
still an employee
appointed
of
by
the
this
county.
court to be the sitting JP.
But he used all his vacation before, so.
he didn't have a balance. when
So he
transitioned.
burned-
I was just wondering about Jackie as deputy.
Yeah,
'Cause
Jackie.
I knew he was a deputy for,
No,
'cause I heard
Jackie
stories
was-
about it.
He was in the civilian workforce.
okay.
Okay, so we're gonna run that trap. We got that. I think the other thing that Jane, she was a few people on her department that requested additional staff.
Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
So
Thanks, Julie.
the discussion about, the additional employee for you, Jane, it kind of focused on, your staffing currently. And no disrespect to Ryan, but it's basically you and the part-time. And so if you ascending to elected and then someone filling your role, that's in itself like an additional full-time employee.
No, not really, because in the event when we both have to be gone, was that gonna leave that office?
I'm just trying to tell you where our thinking was.
Well, and the parts, you would have the part.
And the part-time.
But our part-time is
2.5.
only, you know, like I said, it only has a certain amount of access, and I can't give them, you know, basically answering the phones stuff. So which means there's still, you know, that still lays all these, you know, job duties that still need to be continued. Neither one of us are here, or we need vacation or whatnot. So,
When you go on training now, did Ryan just assume those roles or who assumes the roles
well, when
now?
we go on training, Brian and I both go.
So who does it
And
today?
when a part-time comes in, basically just answer the phone, taking money. And after my
Training.
sessions or after my training, after 5 or whatever time it is, I'm in the hotel cranking out work. That's what I've been doing. For the 12 years I've been doing it. So, and then, you know, when I get back, I still have all this work that's sitting there waiting for me because a part-time can't get access to the financial side. I didn't get into the bank accounts.
Okay.
Just say something right quick.
Yeah.
I've got a call out. We all be around at the end of the day.
I anticipate we will be.
Okay.
We were here till 5
Yeah.
last night.
Yeah, mine's just a question.
Okay. Okay, so that justification right there is, so when you have trainings, it's gonna be you and your deputy.
Yes, because my deputy needs to notice.
And so even in that scenario right now, you've got part-time just available to answer the phones, but you're not really a fully functioning office when you go on training.
Or even when I'm there, they're limiting things that they can do for me,
The part-time.
the part-time.
The part-time.
Where if I have a, you know, full-time, you know, it's full access, like, you know, they can do any type of research, any. Basically, I'm doing my job and Cook's job. That leaves me with no time to do what a treasurer's supposed to do. It's financial side, that's to the other lines, that changing my lines. That the official's supposed to do. Because right now, what, you know, what I do is very minimal, what the treasurer is supposed to do, because I don't have time. Focus.
Okay, so just, you know, so we can have the better idea, what would be the higher functions you'd be able to achieve if we added a deputy?
Well, investment, you know, I still have to do the payroll side, and then there's training as well. Folks, or I would say probably the first year or two. Because, you know, you can't just turn the light switch on and expect someone walking right on in and know all the functions, you know, legality in that office. So, investment, and I do a lot of the, you know, like I said, the payroll side, and,
Would you be pushing that payroll down to your chief deputy as soon?
absolutely, and that's continuous, you know, you get it done, and then, you know, next payroll comes right along, right behind it. Consider the financial side, the banking side of that, you know, the bank reconciliation, we have 48 accounts.
Mhm.
That comes as soon as I get it done, when it comes around. And depending, and that's, that being said, that's with every account balance. And lately it hasn't. So, and then that puts me having to do the research and say, why? What went wrong? What transactions did get put in? You know, that takes research.
Mhm.
But hopefully your chief deputy, I don't know, yeah, no disrespect to Ryan, but a competent chief deputy with a highly competent new treasurer, some of that work, since you're doing it right now,
Right.
in essence, both, you would push that work down to your chief deputy to at least form the reconciliation process, and then you
Right.
typically, gentlemen, you want your staff to perform the reconciliation, and then you would have somebody review it
Okay.
from a checks and balances standpoint. So similar to how Nat does certain things and then I review it, especially certifications that we have to send out, because that allows somebody not to be the preparer and the reviewer.
Sure.
At the end of the day, unfortunately, Jane's in a position where she's having to do that now, but with at least her new chief deputy treasurer, she's going to be able to hopefully push payroll down and push some of the bank reconciliation preparation down. Doesn't mean she's not going to be able to, hey, this one's off. Jane's going to have to probably go and find the research and do it. Hopefully the chief deputy quickly learns how to do that. But I think just to put in perspective, having two competent people in the office on a full-time basis, hopefully will relieve some of her duties.
And also, you know, I keep a daily balance sheet, so everything that comes in, that goes out, that has to be done daily as well. Fortunately, that could be pushed to either my regular time or either my, you know, chief deputy.
Do you know if we're cutting checks every day, or is there just like one day a week?
Twice a month.
Twice a
Twice
month,
a month,
okay.
the big one.
Okay, well, that's good.
We do cut checks, here and there, you know, on a
Spe-
daily
we call them
basis.
special trade
Yes, on
runs, yeah.
special, yeah.
We try not to advertise that open for service
As
every day.
needed
Right.
basis. And, you
Because
know,
it can, again, the statute says we need to come to you guys first and you have to approve the check. Well, if it's a Tuesday in between two commissioners court and somebody's screaming up and down for a check, I can't come and have a special session to approve the check. So
Not
there's
time.
very little special check run sessions because still we're having to pay. And we talked about that. Sheriff and I researched it in the sense of why do y'all have to even look at the checks if it's in the budget? But there is statute requirement that says, even though it's been approved in the budget, it's within the budget.
Yeah.
You guys gotta flip it through and make sure and approve the checks. That's why it's usually in consent agenda, at the beginning, but
Yeah.
don't mean to ad lib too much there,
No.
Judge, but we can, under certain circumstances, run a special check run. We do try to limit it because it is a lot of work.
I was just thinking about efficiency. That sounds
Yes,
the
sir.
most efficient.
Has the treasurer office ever been 3 full-time people, Jane, do you know, or?
No.
Okay.
But you know, and our, you know, our responsibility for job duty has increased as well.
Mhm.
As you know, your office increased, mine increased.
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
No.
I will preach that to them, blue in the face.
So how actively, maybe I'm asking the wrong question. I'm just trying to get a grasp. How active are we right now in, you know, investing our money and in that regard, you know, what's required as far as being on top of it is it a daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly?
Well, we have not been, I mean, we have been staying with Tex Pool
Mhm.
and Texas Class, and those are the only two pool. And as far as investing, we've probably a year and a half now that we've been with we call MBS, multi-bank investment.
Mhm.
And then that's just CDs, you know, and probably flood control controls their own. And we probably have 8 or 9 CDs that we're invested, but, you know, but we could do so much more.
That's what I'm getting at. I
So
want,
much more. And that's why I come in and got that approval
Right.
for Texas Connect. And I believe the first quarter, you guys, even the first month or two, this kicks in, you will see the difference in interest that the money's gonna be in revenue wise for us, just interest.
oh,
You want, with her on speakerphone?
if she's willing to join the meeting via speakerphone, I don't know what the precedence for this would be, but
Well, I didn't know if
Okay.
y'all wanted to ask her a question about.
sure.
Maybe you there?
Did you hang up on her?
No. We don't figure.
No, you didn't. You hung up on her.
That's the wrong, it don't look
Yeah.
like that when on the phone still.
Telephone number 4.
Hey,
You didn't ask. me
Hey,
who it was,
sorry,
did you?
I don't know if you hung up or if I lost you.
I won't.
That was,
This is Charlie. I'll
That was awkward.
I'll plead the fifth on that one and not say who hung up on you. But sorry, Haley, you're on speakerphone in front of the commissioners and the county judge in open session of court. We're in the middle of budget session. So I just Do you want me to explain it, Judge?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Haley, we're running into an issue where we need some clarification, understanding if you've got to go do research and come back to us, but we have two employees, non-elected officials that work for the county, both in chief deputy roles, one in the county clerk's office and one in the treasurer's office, that have now been elected inside those respective departments to be the elected officials come January 1st.
Yes.
Okay. In those situations, we're thinking out loud in that fact that on December 31st, in essence, is their last day as a non-elected employee. They've accrued vacation for there's two separate questions. The first question is in regards to FY26 calendar year, they've in essence accrued vacation. In essence, in truth, their last day being December 31st. If I were to quit December 31st, they would be paid out their vacation for FY26. But they typically don't quit and resign. So has TAC seen this in policy before where that non-elected official on December 31st is paid out their accrued vacation for FY26 for the calendar year 26?
Absolutely. So we've seen this situation come up in the past, and what our recommendation is that we typically follow what your county policy says when an employee leaves the county, whether it be on their own accord, where they resign from the position, whether they are retiring or they are terminated. There is typically a county policy that says we pay X amount of hours per sick or vacation time. We recommend you follow that policy because although they are not technically leaving the county, they are no longer employees. They're an elected official. And under the Fair Labor Standards Act, an elected official is not viewed as an employee.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, the judge stepped out, went quickly for a bio break. So, Judge, what Haley just said is typically as a non-elected official ends their employment as a non-elected official on December 31st, you would typically follow the same protocol as if they were to retire or quit on that day. And that would be, they would be paid out their FY26 accrued vacation that they have. So now I'm going to ask my next question, but I have to come back and do an add-on because of that answer. The next question is, I guess our policy when we show here is on January 1st or during this year, I'm accruing my vacation also for FY27 calendar year. So if I were to be an employee January 1st, a non-elected official, and retire, I would be due my whole entire accrued vacation on January 1st, because the first day of the year, you're eligible for the full years of vacation, not a month to month where you accrue it in our policy. So in these two elected officials, are they due FY27's vacation because they're working on that number during their employment of FY26? Does that make sense?
That does make sense. I would recommend, my thought process is no, it is whatever is on the books on their last day as an employee on December 31st, 2026. Because when they start fiscal year 27 on January 1st, 2027, they are an elected official. They don't get vacation time. They work as they see fit for their office. And that's the autonomy of office that they have in that position. So in that sentence, they forego that. But I also want to remind the Commissioners Court that vacation and holiday and sick pay is a discretionary benefit that is not required by law. So if you were to choose to not pay any vacation or sick pay at the time of termination, retirement, or a resignation, you would not be in violation of the Fair Labor Standards Act.
What if the county doesn't have a policy and in the past, we paid vacation for one employee that went out.
That transition.
That transitioned to an elected official, but we haven't done it since.
That was my follow-up question.
20 years ago.
20 years ago,
So,
we paid an elected official. We paid an elected official that transitioned from a non-elected official to the elected official. But in the room currently, there was three folks that were in the same position that transitioned from a elected official to an elected official, and they weren't paid out anything, either the FY 26, it's just called the same, or the FY 27 number.
So I would say in the absence of a policy under the Department of Labor, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, both departments, in the absence of a policy, your practice becomes your policy. So if you haven't done it in over 20 years, the practice is that you don't pay it.
Either one.
If there is no policy, correct.
Okay.
But there still is an opportunity for the court to establish a policy. A policy can be established at any given time.
Yeah.
So if we want to establish a policy going forward or grandfathering in, either way, how the commissioner's court sees fit, that is an opportunity that can be discussed as well.
Oh, I'm gonna use the word grandfather because I picked a few people's ears up.
No, I
And
got it.
they're
That's why I
not,
said it.
they're not
Yeah.
grandfathers themselves. I didn't mean it by that way. But I mean, have you seen other counties grandfather? Because that is an interesting concept. I know it's the discretion of the commission and the judge, the court, to adopt that, but have you seen other counties start to grandfather? Because that becomes a slippery slope in
It could.
going back.
And what you would do is you would grandfather it in based on your 20 years, within the last 20 years. It sounds like the liability of the payment of that is what, 3 people, 4 people is what I'm hearing,
Yes, ma'am.
surveying the room.
Yes, ma'am.
There may be more, but it would rely heavily on what records you have in order to pay them, because you're going to need time cards to know what they were being paid at the time of their transition from chief deputy to an elected position, or from an employee to an elected position. You would need the time record. So there's a lot that plays into that when we discuss grandfathering in. Off the top of my head, I could not give you a county name that grandfathered anyone in, but I know it has been done. It is an option that the commissioner's court could explore.
Okay. Sir?
Be better to have a policy.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Grant just said it's good to have a policy. So I think, at least commissioners and judge, I think we've got a pretty clear answer that we've got to do some thinking on establishing a policy, and figuring out whether the grandfather is there or not. And then, but it seems to be pretty clear that unless we add it to the policy, that the FY 27 is not a payout of vacation in FY 27 after you take elected official title. At least that's what
In my
Hillary said.
opinion, yes, because they are being sworn in as an elected official on January 1st.
What about the other 26?
And you also have to take into account that whatever you post as the elected official salary for the next fiscal year, if you pay outside of that, so if you don't include that into their fiscal salary of what you're posting, that could cause liability as well.
Oh, because in essence, you would be paying that elected official an additional amount.
Correct, other than what was published in their salary in the paper.
That's a good point. Okay.
So do we have any policy coverage on this issue?
No, sir. I don't think there's been any policy. I mean, Haley, you've skimmed our policy, and I know you skim a lot of policies, so I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire. But I don't remember in Navarro County's handbook that
It doesn't specifically state going from an employee to an elected official. I think, I'm not an attorney, but I could argue both ways that your policy on how you handle an employee leaving the county could suffice, because
Yes,
they're
ma'am.
no longer
Yes,
an
ma'am.
employee. They're an elected official as of January 1st. So they're no longer an employee. So I think if you paid them, because like I said, it's a discretionary benefit. You don't have to pay vacation or sick time. I think I remember telling Julie that you guys are generous in a sense of your policy, that what you guys pay out at time of termination or retirement or voluntarily leaving. And so I think if you were to use the policy that you currently have and state in there, maybe a caveat, if you're going from an employee to elected official, this is what's going to be paid out. I think you're okay to add that, but I don't necessarily believe it's a requirement to add. You can, but I don't think it's a requirement to add, because I think your policy on how you pay your employees once they're leaving employment is sufficient.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So even that policy is still discretionary.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And I mean, we wouldn't be in violation if we decided to, I mean, you probably have a little bit of a hornet's nest, but if one person left and we did pay vacation out, and this, I'm just talking about a normal employee, and the other person left and we didn't pay it out, because
You're opening liability there
we
in
are
terms
opening
of,
liability. Okay.
yeah, you're opening your liability there because you don't know, like, just giving me that random scenario, my brain automatically went to, okay, what protected classes could that employee that didn't get it be a part of?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they over the age of 40? Were they a different race than the employee? All these things that could be
Yes, ma'am.
detrimental to the
Great,
county.
Great
So,
point. Okay. Perfect. Good.
Mhm.
Commissioners, Judge.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Hey, excellent job. And I'm sorry, I think I'm going to leave you a 11-minute message on your other line too. So just delete that. Because you're still on hold on the other line because we tried to call you back. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Enjoy your day.
Of course, y'all have a great day. Thanks. Bye.
Judge, Commissioners, I apologize. I'm just kind of an answers guy. I like to have answers.
Yeah.
And correct verbiage.
You're off the raise list.
Take
You're off the raise list.
you off the step program. I mean, I think that answers that. I mean, it's still in our discretion.
You know, my question is, what I'm working now, recruiting for next year. Okay, I can't use it until next year. Okay. So rather if I'm an employee or not an employee, you know, for example, if a retiree goes in, okay,
Mhm.
and then they retire January 2nd, because they had to work one day, had to be an employee or employed by the county, one day, okay, for the next year, then they get their retirement, they get their full
Year.
year of vacation that they accrued this year, because actually what we are working on is for next year. So how is that right? How do you justify that is right to pay a retiree? Because I know there's gonna be lots of it, gonna retire first year, but they're gonna play that game, work one day, okay, and get their vacation that they, you know, earned, that basically earned, we earned it. And just because I went from, but I'm still an employee. Okay, under the umbrella, I might be elected official, but I'm still a county employee. Is that not so?
I mean,
But then if you're still an employee, how would you get your retirement vacation that you have coming to you? Because you can take off whenever you want to. I don't see that side of it, because you can take off unlimited once you're elected.
But I earned what I had, you know, I earned it this year for next year. So basically, you're telling me I'm giving away my vacation that we sit here and earn.
No, you can still take it as an elected official.
Well, elected officials don't get vacations.
Yeah, we
Vacations.
get whatever we want.
No, you just go, yeah, it's not called vacation. You don't get vacations. You don't get those times. So basically, you're telling me you're gonna screw me again.
Or you can take your vacation.
But she'd be taking vacation for, she took vacation out, she burned this bucket.
No, I'm talking about like when you have vacation due, you take it.
What, when I become elected official?
No, I'm talking about what you let build up whenever you said you couldn't take off.
So what,
Yeah.
so what we're gonna do, how's it gonna operate, the duration this year?
I'm saying when you have vacation, take it.
I can't take it. Ryan can't do the job.
Well, take it anyway. I mean, if I walk out of here today and get hit by a bus, they'll get another one like me tomorrow and they'll carry on. And if I didn't take my vacation, that's my fault. I should have took my vacation.
But you know, that's not
I
how
mean,
my
I'm-
mind,
I'm-
that's not
I'm
how
I'm
my mind
replaceable.
operates, okay?
I'm
Because
replaceable.
I'm looking at, I'm taking care of business. I'm taking care of the county. Okay?
We all are.
So, I mean, your
Let
perception
me-
of that is different than I am.
Let me say this. What if you resign on December the 30th? we gotta pay you for what you accrued in 26, that 7,709. I don't think we have a question about that. That's policy. We have to do that. And then you take over January 1st, you're gonna be losing any vacation time for next year that you.
You're not gonna pay me anyway, no, whatever, So,
No, is
I
that,
just
am I
don't.
looking at that right, Charles?
When you say they're not gonna pay you nothing, I'm not putting words in your mouth,
Sure.
but Haley recommended that we stick with the policy. So in this situation, she would be due on December 31st, $7,709.
Right. Yeah.
Regardless if I take the vacation or not.
Well, no, if you burn that vacation between now and then, obviously that number goes down.
Exactly.
So
Don't
No,
you-
you're gonna owe it to me anyway.
That part, but the part for
this part,
this in 27, you will be an elected official come January the 1st. You will not accrue that vacation.
I'm earning it now.
Down at the shop,
Earning it now.
Yes,
When-
Is that right?
yes,
You had-
please talk to me.
January 2nd is when your vacation for the following year started.
But I'm
and-
earning it now,
and-
so I'm,
I would
So what
give
happened to
Tommy 2 weeks this year, and if he worked like he did 2 days the next year and then took his 2 weeks off and quit, that's a real life scenario that happened because he did work into January and then took his 2 weeks
I think that,
and then quit.
Right.
And I didn't get nothing except I paid him 2 weeks vacation.
I think the technical matter on this, what we're trying to solve here is if Jane was not going to be an elected official January 1st, she could rock up here at 8 a.m. January 1st, put her 2 weeks notice in, quit, walk off the spot, and she could do a full balance of FY 27. The technical term is that she's transitioning from a non-elected official to an elected official. That is a different scenario than retiring on January 1st because you're not being elected official. I get and I understand and they're right. You are accruing today in essence because of your time that you've been here and stuff like that. Or, I hear you say, but let me ask you this question because I don't know the answer. If you start January 1st as a new employee, you've never been here before. Do you get vacation?
no,
So when do you accrue it?
You have to accrue it that year for the.
So you don't get any vacation in
Okay,
your one.
that's,
there you go.
yeah, I understand.
So I'm
that.
giving away my whole year of vacation because of that. I feel like I'm being punished for that.
Charlie, is there a difference between accruing and earned? Well,
At one point,
it's not it's a benefit.
So y'all literally employ people the first year and don't give them a single day of
No,
vacation?
you don't. You have to work a full
You
year.
have to work a full year.
There you go.
I know what I did.
It's not prorated.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
You get
Like I
6
said,
days or no?
Yeah,
Yes.
days.
6 days you do.
There's
one year.
there's monthly
One day a month.
accruals.
And you start earning your PTO or personal days after
What's the difference between PTO and vacation?
you get 4 personal days a year.
So you get personal days every quarter.
Every quarter.
So
You
that-
have
I mean,
4
that's
days
what I'm
every
getting at.
quarter?
No,
You
one day
know,
a
that
quarter.
full year, when you start new, you get nothing. That's when you have to earn, the first year you work, you get it the next year. So I'm earning what I'm next year, so
You get availability, it opens up a
yeah,
tranche.
opens up
A
next year.
tranche. Right. But you have to be employed the next year to get it.
Yes.
I think that's the
So, and
counter
one
argument to this very delicate line of what's happening here is that if all of a sudden you get terminated December 31st because of performance, right?
Right.
That doesn't mean, even though you're a rookie and you've worked for 12 months, doesn't mean, well, you fired me December 31st. I don't get it the next day, right? I don't get any vacation paid out for that year. I'm not trying to split hairs here. I'm just trying to get all the facts so y'all can make the decision to do.
We can
It's,
set a
but whatever
policy.
precedent we're setting it. Like, it's an incredible thing that we got to make sure we do right. But I understand the argument, but you get terminated on December 31st, you don't get paid out vacation for the fall. But you are accruing it. And I think it's the legal definition, and maybe we, find Haley, but accruing it and taking it. We all say we're accruing it. It seems like we're going through a time frame that allows us January 1st to become eligible for vacation the next year.
Right, right.
So let's say I had a guy who knew he was gonna leave at the end of whatever, 27. And he decided, well, I'm not gonna take my vacation this year. I'm just gonna wait and get it, make the county pay me. I'm gonna say, no, you're gonna take your vacation. You see what I'm saying?
No, I get it. I'm just talking from this is an accountant's brain. I put my accounting hat on.
Yeah.
If we were to close our books on December 31st, okay, and I had to set a vacation accrual, which is defining what I owe people on that day, right? There's no way in the accounting world I would say I owe people money for the next year, because you have to be employed on January 1st to make that number go into effect. Now, if you haven't used your vacation in FY26 and I owed you that, I would have a vacation accrual on my balance sheet that says I owe $1 million to these employees because they're due that balance. But I would not look one day, 1 minute ahead of 11:59 on December 31st, because that isn't a liability of the balance sheet on that day. Does that kind of make sense?
Mhm.
You're working to become eligible for a bucket on January 1st is the way I'm looking at it. And I have to dig into the policy to see if the word is accrued used or similar to what I'm talking about from an earned approach. But it more seems like I'm earning it, or I'm positioning myself to take on a balance on January 1st. And I guess that number goes up the longer you
So it's
stay.
not actually.
Another factor is, and it all triggers January the 1st. Once you've been employed for 5 years,
It triggers up
then
another
you're
number.
gonna get an additional vacation
But if
and at 10.
But if you quit on year 4 on December 31st,
It doesn't vest.
You'll get.
you get the old deal, not the new deal. And again, I'm not trying to split hairs, but this is a very important topic
Right.
to address here. Because the fact these two ladies in this room are not an employee on January 1st. A non-elected official employee. They're employees, because Jane makes that great point. They're still county employees, but they're going from a non-elected official employee to a elected official employee. And there are different policies on the vacation for those two positions.
They won't have a timesheet.
They don't, they can do whatever they want.
Elected officials don't have timesheets.
Amen. I wish it. Yeah.
Judge, I don't think we're gonna solve this today. It's gonna take some research and looking,
And-
maybe
and-
changing our.
And can you make
policy.
a policy that says you'll take your vacation before December 30th?
Well, I think that taking your vacation before December 31st is a FY26 problem. Whether that means we're either going to pay out this blue number on this slide or not. I think the main part of what our discussion at this point is the FY27,
27.
this number, right? Because it doesn't, I mean, you haven't called for a vote or anything like that, but it seems like this has been or should be our policy. Because that's what we do with somebody that's quitting December 31st.
Yeah.
I'm not putting words, I'm not setting a policy,
No, that's logical.
but,
Yeah.
and we're looking at the grandfather rule, we can look at the rest, but the blue box on here seems pretty straightforward. Now, whether you make them take their vacation and that balance goes down to 0, we pay out 0, it's fine, but then they take the whole month. In this case, Jane would almost take off the whole month of December and not be here, which then would put that office in a bad position. I think the big one we're talking about is the yellow box up there. And obviously, I don't know where you stand on your vacation balance.
I've been able to get my vacation. I won't be paid out.
Okay. Do you have any, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jane. I don't mean to interrupt you, Jane,
As
but
far as 27, I never expected to get paid. I promise I'm not stepping on your toes or whatever. And as a taxpayer, I don't think somebody should get paid. I mean, we're going into a role, we're giving up our employment to be an elected official, and we can take off whenever we want to. And I don't think anybody else has ever been paid for it, maybe one
And you're giving up that role voluntarily.
voluntarily, yeah.
Well,
Because I'm doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm just going to a different county.
right.
Well, if that's the case, you gotta go back and pay everybody, I think, who's ever went from
Sure.
regular
Well,
employment to an elected official.
that
But if
brings
you
up
wanna
a-
give it to me, I'll take it.
You're gonna do it twice. You're gonna pay them
Yeah.
for their balance. I mean, Sheriff, when did you take office?
January 1st, 2013.
So he would be due the 2012 accrued vacation. So you had it in December 31st, 2012. And then on January 1st, 2013, he would have been due the entire year balance for what he was
Which
due
I think was 4 weeks at that time.
for there. And he was making at least, $3 million.
Probably about 40,000.
I think it might be useful, I think this is what Commissioner Grant was trying to get at. What might be useful to think about why we have vacation time in the first place. Yes, we've assigned a dollar value to it to be able to compensate people for when they haven't taken vacation, but I think the purpose is so that you can actually take vacation. And I know there's a question on whether you can actually take vacation, but I don't think when you become the elected official, you will still be able to take vacation. Yes, it won't be technically considered vacation under these employment rules, but as far as if you're damaged by not having access to the monetary value associated with those hours, you'll be able to have free time as an elected official to have an actual vacation, which I think is the purpose of those hours.
I'm not questioning vacation when I become an elected official, if I take vacation or not vacation. I probably still won't take the vacation that I needed to take, but I'm questioning the fact that I am earning my vacation hours now. So do I just they're just gonna take that away from me that I'm learning this year? But yet a retiree can come in and say, I'm gonna retire January 1st, and then they'll get those how many weeks that they approved this year.
I mean,
In fact, they gotta work 1 day.
One day.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
can't,
That's
they
what I
can't
told
take
you.
that day off. They gotta work 1 day
One day.
into the
That's
new
what I told you
calendar.
down at the shop.
And then it triggers.
But if they don't,
Yes.
then they don't get it.
That's right. So what's the difference between that and what my situation is?
The difference is that they're an employee, a non-elected official on January 1st for 8 hours. I'm not trying to be cute, but that's the difference.
Yeah.
You know, if,
Well,
if,
I won't be
if-
sworn in until January 2nd then.
that's what I'm saying, like, the president gets sworn in on January 1st.
But see, you don't have a choice on that either. Your
No.
term starts January 1.
I mean, yeah, I don't set the rule. I don't have no idea when
Right.
elected officials are supposed to take office, so I'm totally out of that. But yes, if it was like the president and they take office January 1st, then the situation would obviously be where it is. But it sounds like elected officials take office January 1st at 8 a.m.
At 12:01.
12:01, sorry.
Especially if they knew that.
Obviously, you're a certain situation, Judge,
sure.
but let's just say you were an employee of the county. Let's just say you were Jane, right? And you stepped into that role early. Well, you would have already forfeited
My year 27 vacation.
FY 27 vacation. Let's just say you spent 3/4 of the year as a non-elected official and Judge Davenport decides to retire, you step into that role. Do we pay you out 3/4 of the year because you've already earned it in the yellow box?
Yeah.
You've earned it. I mean, that's the case being presented, right? And I do believe you're supposed to be paid out the blue box if you
Right.
decide to do that. But where does it go, right? If you
Yeah.
take over mid-year, or do you take over end of year, do you take over January 1st? It's difficult. That's the presented fact, because you're opening
Yeah.
up Pandora's box.
But then you've still got Jane's counter argument with the employees that are waiting until January 1st to resign. Is there a solution for that scenario?
Judge, I mean,
I
you'd
don't- I
have
don't
to,
know
you'd
if
have to
there
change
is.
the policy and say, you need to work 30 days in order to get it, but then you're saying you can get it, like, so in January 1st, if I was just a traditional employee and I'm not retiring, I want to take a cruise on January 1st, right? And I burned all my vacation for FY 26. But in essence, on January 1st, I'm going to call it 5 days off, just for the record. And I want to take a cruise January 1st. Policy written right now says, yeah, take it January 1st. You take a 5-day cruise and you can go and live your life and have a great time. You just burned it all the first week.
Right.
So if you change the policy and say, well, if you're going to retire, you're going to have to work. I mean, it becomes.
I think my question there is, do you really want to be that guy when someone's dedicated 20 years of their life to your agency, to your department, 25 years, to tell them they can't work one day and trigger a vacation that they're going to get compensated for? That's the moral clause that kicks in. And I'll be honest with you, I never even looked at this. I've never thought about it, whatever the case may be. But in fact, it does seem like that there's merit to the fact that you are accruing that vacation time, previous to initiating it in 27. And so in 27, are you being penalized for running for office? I mean, yes, and you can clean that up. I'm not asking.
The workaround would be, instead of day one, January 1st, you earn a full year, you earn it bi-monthly or bi-pay period.
Or the other workaround would be use it or lose it.
Right. I mean, that's,
Take a
that,
vacation
there's
before
plenty
the
of
end of the
companies that
year,
do
you don't
that.
get nothing.
There's plenty of companies that do that,
Most.
right? And there's plenty of companies that say you get maxed out at 174 hours, you accrue 8 hours, 10 hours of pay period, or whatever the number is. That's what it was at PwC when we were there. But you're capped out, because I never took vacation. I never took sick day in 16 years. But then you cap yourself out at 172 hours. So you can keep earning it, but you don't get it, right? If you get, but I can tell you, when I made partner at PwC, I went from a non-employee to a partner. You think I got paid out 172 hours of vacation? They were like, no way, you don't get it, right? And as a partner, you can take as much time off as you want. You don't have to turn in a time card. So I say that to say is, whatever the precedent we set here is what we're going to do.
I mean, I guess that's my biggest concern is just making sure that we're consistent in the way we have been treating people. And if we are going to change that, then let's do it with a purpose. And that's the way it's going to be. And not every time it's just going to be, opinions. It's like this is our policy. Right.
Then you got to decide if your grandfather.
What's that routing number?
How old is that grandfather got to be?
Because old Bugs Bunny's got his ears up. You're going to have to then make that business decision. If it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander.
There's a lot of ganders.
Well, there ain't that many. There's 4 or 5, maybe 3.
All right. So, Judge, are we saying we're going to table this and come back and make a decision, or?
Well, is everyone clear on the 26th time?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So
So we're good with 26,
we'll budget
27,
that. Well, what? Because we got to budget that in.
because that's got to be in the official number we publish.
Well, it'll be hopefully not. I mean, we have till September 10th to make changes to this thing. I'd like to not make changes September 9th.
Right.
But yes, what we will do for now is at least run through the budget to 7,700. That's assuming Jane doesn't take any more time off between now and the end of the year. She's getting it at her rate, and we'll make sure that sits in the budget. Right now there's 16, so we'll reduce it a little bit. We'll have to obviously make a decision on what we're doing. So you're saying you will not have anything. You won't have any accrued, or should we accrue?
I mean, I don't even know where mine stands, but
Okay,
I mean, I
can you-
plan on taking it by the end of the year.
Ma'am,
I plan on taking it by the
so
end of the year.
you plan on December 31st not having any accrued vacation
Correct.
for FY 26?
Just burn it.
And we're not going to have that issue with you, Adam, since you're elected in a different county.
Well,
But he's going to.
we have to pay you out December 31st, right?
Yeah, if I have any on the book.
Okay, fair enough. So if he's in
Same
essence,
thing.
he's in
Okay.
essence resign from his position as of December 31st. So if he has any accrued vacation, he will need to be paid out, because he's no longer going
But
to be an
is he,
employee.
are you going to have the same 2027 issue though for?
No,
accrued vacation?
No, because he won't be an employee.
I'll switch over to part-time, you don't get it either.
Okay.
Okay. The other ruling that we've got to decide on, gentlemen, is the third deputy or the second deputy clerk. The third position inside the office.
Yeah, I guess what I think about that is, if we were gonna do the deputy clerk, I would like to get rid of the part-time expense. And then you're looking basically at $35,000 increase, rough math. And so my question would be, do you think we can see, $35,000 in value as far as the functionality of your office and investing our money?
That's gonna be my question. If there's more investments, we'll make it. more.
Because to me, that's a good
Well,
argument.
Should we have like an investment board? I mean, should we have
We should.
a board put together for
I'm
that?
thinking that.
We have one,
We're supposed to have one.
yes. Yes.
And I
We
think
have
it
Put
one.
that on your agenda list.
Yes, there has to.
Agenda for the next meeting.
Let's turn that over a little.
So it's not just me, Jason.
Huh?
I said, it's not just me on that.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
There is
saying.
a board, and
Okay.
I requested that after all these changes, over, elected officials.
In essence, just so you understand, Judge, this number would come down.
is my rough math right?
Well, it's gonna come down because there's gonna be one quarter. So October to December, this part-time will still need to be available because the
Right.
office is currently standing.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
you did talk to Ryan, you said, sir, and Ryan is open for Jane to start interviewing, in essence, her replacement.
Yeah, I talked to Jane and Ryan, they're both on board. So I think we got that cleared.
So hopefully Jane can start hiring her replacement prior to December 31st. But in essence, that would take away, that the part-time would go 1/4 of what is currently in the budget. And your proposal right now is January 1st, you would get rid of the part-time and have 2 full-times. What you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna add the deputy clerk, I think that makes sense. I mean, I'm not saying that you weren't being honest with wanting part-time to help with that. It's just,
Well, but, with that essence saying, if I can bring in, at least a chief deputy and start training
Mhm.
that, while I still have my part-time to help with that duration of the year, before.
then
That
bring
would be
in,
helpful. because
bring in a
if you do
deputy a
it
little bit later.
part-time, That's gonna be truly, truly a challenge for me to do
Okay.
what I have to do and train for someone that come in and not to do whatsoever.
so I assume that you're cross-training folks as well, right?
How likely are you to find your chief deputy before December 31st?
I have already had one.
So will they be able to start October 1st? So therefore you've got October 1st, October through December, you'll have a part-time and in essence, deputy clerk in that role, right?
Yeah.
And then when,
So the chief, I'd rather bring in the chief.
well, I'm just saying the chief, I guess I'm trying to say in our current
Yeah.
2020, because we already have a treasurer, you're the chief deputy. She can be paid
Right.
whatever salary, but for October, November, December, if she hires somebody October 1st, she'll have, counting Ryan, 3 people plus a part-time for 3 months. And then on December 31st, she'll need to have the deputy clerk hired on December 31st.
So that would kind of split the baby. You start the deputy clerk
On October 1.
Yes.
Okay.
And then that deputy clerk in essence will be promoted.
in January, and then you're looking for your new deputy. And so that actually makes that salary smaller.
Unless she has it, I mean, I think the math almost maths out perfectly, Judge.
Okay.
If she has somebody hired to January 1st to come on board for that chief deputy position, our numbers are relatively accurate. Because this number gets burned, a quarter of this number gets burned with the person she's gonna hire.
Gotcha. Right. I see.
On October 1st.
I think the other approach, commissioners, you could look at, I don't want to say one approach is better at this point, but would be, we could stair step it and see what it looks like with full function as with the treasurer and a full function chief deputy. And
Full function part-time.
yeah, and if there's still a need for a deputy clerk, we can revisit it. I know that's not what you want, Jane. I'm just trying to put the options out there for stair stepping it. I don't know how workable that would be for you, a test case, because since, again, going back to the beginning, the view was, we're going to be adding at least one full-time in essence, even though not a new title.
So in essence, Judge, you're proposing this where the treasurer would have a full-time chief deputy, no third position, but full-time part work. So
Yeah, that would
part-time person would be consistent.
that would be the kind of stair step option.
Part-time would be in concurrent with what's happening now in her office.
But that being said, I want to be clear, it is important to me that your office has full functionality to do those higher level things for investing.
They want me. I mean, I will be back in the same as what, Charlie was stating,
Okay.
because, I mean, a part-time, it is a part-time. Chief deputy, the full training, the whole year, probably a year more than that, at least a full year
Mhm.
to do that.
So if you want to boil it down, it's essentially a $35,000 question. Am I right?
So what you're saying is, what you got right now is you and two part-time people in essence working. So you and another full-time person and a part-time person is not a step up?
Well, not really, because I'm doing my job at home. Or I'm doing whatever I'm supposed to be doing at home. Okay, but yet when I'm here, I'm doing what Ryan's supposed to be doing, investing, the banking and all of that. And when I'm here. Because
Yeah, you're
my
in
part-time
essence,
job-
you're in essence doing the
Doing
work
two
of two
jobs.
people.
Yes.
You're doing two
Yes, sir.
jobs. I understand that. But you and another full-time person won't pick up the slack on that, you think?
No, I do not, because my full-time person is it's gonna come walking in, not knowing what to do. I mean, but for at least the first year.
So I guess really it would only work if you continued at the rate you were doing additional work at home outside of
Absolutely, yes.
that. Okay.
And, and I'm tired, gentlemen. I mean,
Yeah.
I work, and I know, Jason, you don't think, I can put it up and shut it out, whatever. But
What?
that's not my work ethic, and that's every,
I've never questioned your work ethic.
no, you said, you don't have to do that. You have said that before.
No, I said you could take your vacation.
And I don't work that way, so.
I don't either. I roll all day and night too, 7 days a week too.
Well, you got staffing, and I don't.
I do have staffing and all of them
Okay,
would,
there
and
we
all of
go.
them would like to have more money and be able to take all their vacation. Just like every other office here. Every office here is the same. There's no office better, worse,
And I
more
didn't say-
special
I
than
didn't
any
say
other
mine's
office.
better.
All offices are the same.
I did not say mine was better, Jason.
Well, quit saying my name.
You
I'm not the one
and
pointing anything out.
Well, you questioned me last time with the same.
I question everybody that comes in this room. That's my job. That's what the citizens elected me to
No,
do.
no, you downright got ugly, on that when I told you, explain to you why I need the help I needed, and you basically said, you don't like it, you can leave,
Well, it sounds like you're overwhelmed.
I am overwhelmed.
Okay, well, I'm just
And that's
thinking
why-
about
that's-
I'm just thinking about you.
That's why I'm here, asking for help,
I'm
but
just
I did
thinking
not
about
need a
you.
response. I think you can leave.
But nobody said nobody's denied you any help and nobody's denied
asked
you any
to do
money.
that, so. I'm not asking for more money,
Well, you got it. You're welcome.
well, I didn't ask for it, Jason.
Okay. I didn't ask for you to come in here and single me out either, but you
Well,
did.
no, I'm just, revamping what was there last time that I was in here.
Well, this is a new time.
Well, where are we at?
That, sir, I kind of put proposal number one, and proposal number two on this slide. Proposal number one that I've heard, just correct me if I'm wrong, is that the treasurer would hire a new chief deputy that would start October 1st. That person would be trained for 3 months prior to Jane taking elected office. That part-time role would continue to be, so she would have, in essence, two part-time or one full, part-time. I kind of look at $25,000 as almost half that of a full-time salary. So we're talking about 1,010 hours of a part-time person, which is half of the year, based on what we're talking about here, right? So 1,000 hours of employment. That's proposal one. Proposal two would be Jane's salary, a chief deputy, a deputy clerk. This person would start January 1st. Obviously, we'd want our chief deputy to start October 1st. And then that part-time would be eliminated come January 1st. And like, if everything happened perfectly, like we said, it would be an increase of $38,000 option two versus option one.
The first of the year, the part-time will disappear.
Yes, under option two, that would be the case. Yes, sir. This is 1/4 of this number.
Right.
So because Jane's still concurrently in her position where she needs help, even with new chief deputy starting October 1st, in order to train and keep the lights on and move forward,
Well, there are a
it would
bunch
be
of
smart to
cameras.
continue the part-time for the essence fourth quarter of calendar year 2026. This person would be eliminated. Or any of your part-times would be your deputy clerks or no? Would any of your two part-times that you currently have, would any of them be interested in becoming deputy clerks? Okay. So it's not like she's able to keep, I'm just proving the fact that she's not able to keep knowledge base moving
Right, so
forward.
be-
She will have knowledge walking out the door
Like, yeah.
on December 31st to the part-times, but the hope is that at least the new chief deputy has 3 months under her belt. Jane's represented that it takes a year to get the job efficient. But that's the difference of option one and options.
Jane, I'm gonna be real nice with you. I can support option two. If you can look me in the face and say that the treasurer's office will have a higher functionality and we'll get more investments, we'll get more bang for our buck out of the office.
You will get it before, I will show you, you will get it before even 2027 we start, because we already got that all over to that.
Okay, and we're talking, and I may be, I may be meddling here, but no more closing that office down on Friday afternoons.
My office never closed down on Friday afternoons. I get here at 7 and I will do my lunch. You know, and my ladies comes in and they only work 7 hours because, you know, I'm trying to watch the budget. Those are part-time. I don't post in that in any afternoon, so. Now, under my watch, now, none of Miss Ryan is here when I'm not here. But lately, he only works 4 days or hour a day, every day, Monday to Thursday. So I'm more busier now than I have been.
I think option number two, I mean, Jane knows what she needs in her office. I don't. So I'm gonna go with what Jane thinks she needs.
Jane, do you have to get, Ryan's approval to, if you hire, a chief deputy this year?
We already talked to
Yeah.
him about it. He
I
said he-
talked to Jane and Ryan. He
Oh,
said he
okay.
was on board to do that. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the background working in this building, but I'm think like everybody want the full functionality of your office and get that return, make sure we have the people's money working for us. That's the goal. And if that's what you need, then I'm in favor of option 2.
We can get that. Yeah, I like option 2, but many times I come by at 3 o'clock and the lights are off and doors locked and,
But that's, that's our hours. That's what Ryan said.
okay, well, I'm just saying that there's other offices that sometimes need access to y'all and you're gone while they're still working. And that's a concern to me that the whole body needs to function at the same time.
What I'm saying.
And I understand that
I,
everybody's in charge of their own deal, but that's one of the concerns that I have is that the offices need to be here and functioning so that if Mike needs to come over here and see somebody at 3:30 and he comes all the way over here and the door's locked and the lights are off, well, it's the next morning for him, and it's just,
Yeah,
I'm saying that's not a true statement either, that, we are shut down every.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying.
No, and I'm not saying that you said that, but I'm just making a statement that people see that. Y'all need to come and live my life. Sit in my place,
Well, I don't think any one of us, I wouldn't want to trade with Elmer and you wouldn't want to trade with me. And you sure wouldn't want to
No.
trade with the man behind you.
No, I don't.
And so each one of us have our crosses to bear here
We do,
and
we do, and like I stated
we
before,
should do our part.
and then I am doing my part, so.
But like I say, when I come by and the lights are off and at 3 o'clock,
There are many offices I go by sometimes too that are shut down, so.
Well-
Where do we go with that? So I
we're not
worry
talking
my
about them right now.
own-
We're
Be fair.
not discussing
Be
with,
fair.
well, if there's anybody else doing it, I'd like to make a suggestion to that office holder to please remain open for the public and for the other offices that are in this building access.
I didn't set those hours.
well, I think that really falls on my plate to get together with all the offices in this courthouse and our other governmental buildings and have an open discussion about our hours and how we all need to work together. And I'll take that responsibility. And yeah, I can't issue mandates, but at least I'll have something next year to say, hey, we talked about it. This is where we're at. And it will make a difference come budget time. But, because if we all have the same goal in mind, serving the people, then we should all be able to get on the same page. I'm not pointing out any office I don't know, I have to verify on my own and do the work. So that's on my agenda after budget.
Change the website. Your website says Monday through Friday, 8 to 5.
There's other aspects to not just people staying open, but what our hours need to be. Because you bring up the point of if I'm Joe Q Public, and I show up here at 8, I'm expecting services that I'm paying for to be open. And that's the rationale. That's the lens you got to view it through, along with working together.
Oh, I made mention of yesterday the body, the kidneys and the liver and the pancreas and the stomach. It all has to work. And the liver can't shut down because they don't work. It's because I've seen people come up with their retirement issues. Do they come to your office, Jane?
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, a lot of retirees do come to my office and.
Well, that's what I mean. They have retirement issues, which I don't deal with that. You do. And so if they drive to town and they can't take care of one question or I don't know, I'm not retired and I'm trying to fix the issues that are out there.
HR does that.
Okay.
But even if they come and HR's not here, they come to my office, even though I don't handle that in and out for the past 2 years. I still handle them, take care of them. You can ask anybody that comes in and, whether it's my job or not my job.
one of the things you encounter on, and we see this quite often, one of the things you encounter on your alternating office hours is this courthouse doesn't come on, it doesn't unlock until 8 o'clock. And it locks at 5. So we get asked, or I get asked, since I'm over courthouse security, well, why don't you have somebody in here at 7? Because that's not hours of operation. So if, and I'm not picking on anybody, I'm just
Sure.
telling you the business aspect
It
of
affects,
what I face. So if you open your office at 6 and the courthouse doesn't open until 8, you've lost 2 hours of service to the community then. And the same on the flip side. If you leave at 4, you lost an hour of service to the community. So I just, from our standpoint is, I can't have courthouse security coming in and operating to fit individual office hours, and that's picking on no one.
Mhm.
If it is uniform throughout, it's easy peasy, because come 8 o'clock, those doors come open, and at 5 o'clock they close. And you have security. Think about the scenario of people that coming and they're opening offices and there's no security here. What can that what could that possibly create? If someone didn't get the door locked well, we've already had that scenario as well. And now somebody's in the courthouse, but the courthouse is supposed to be closed. So it's that ripple effect. Everything that you do, there's something else that is affected as a result of it. And I don't care what the hours are. I'm simply saying I'd like just like them to be uniform.
Yeah.
If it's 7 to 3, we can sure deal with 7 to 3. But what we can't do with our personnel is be here at 7 and then some stay till 5. It doesn't equate.
right. Is there a mechanism for working with you and your guys if we've got official hours for the courthouse 8 to 5, but we pay you the money to have security from 7 to 5:30 or 6?
Now what you run into is what we're faced.
Okay.
That as everyone asked for more personnel. I didn't.
Right.
But I can. And I've heard throughout the presentation, all the individuals that have, duties have increased. I don't have to speak on that, do I, gentlemen? We're in the public safety world. You turn on the television, you see it. So, number one, that would equate to additional staffing or overtime that, as the auditor can tell you, we've already, that's something. And then officer burnout, because you're forcing them to come and work. It would just seem to me that we follow what's already designated, and it's already in policy, and it's been in policy. Is you gentlemen are tasked with setting policy for the county all the time. Where did we come? Where did it? Because I missed that memo where I operate against what you say. But if it's there, would somebody send it to me? Because I'm an office holder too, and I try to stay in compliance with,
Yeah. That makes total sense. I guess what I was thinking about when asking you that question is, at least it's been told to me that there are scenarios where, if we've got a trial at 8:30, it's a difficult task getting everyone through the door at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
I don't have personal knowledge. I'm just trying to find solutions. If there is an actual
set your
problem.
trial date at 9. I can easily, I mean, I'm not a rocket science.
Well,
I didn't graduate Texas A&M.
right.
I'm a Longhorn fan,
Right.
but I can tell you, I can work with
Yeah.
that. Set your time for your trial at 9 instead of trying to say open up at 7:30, because our hours of operation are already set. Comply with our hours of operation.
Okay.
I mean,
Hey, it didn't have to be a complex answer.
it's not a hard
Yeah.
thing. It is called common sense where I come from, and fortunately, I'm blessed with it. And I see every day where others have not been so fortunate.
Just one question about the investment board. Do you know what the composition is of the investment board? Is it a predetermined statutory type deal?
It should, correct me if I'm wrong with that. Should be treasurer, auditor, a member of the Commissioners Court.
So those usually five.
Yeah,
Five.
and we usually like to have county judge and a commissioner, correct?
That's one commission.
But we, right now, you know, as it's standing right now, it was auditor, Natalie, me and Perry, right?
And 18.
And HM.
How often do y'all meet?
We haven't since,
It's been almost 2 years.
and the board has to have certain amount of, investment hours. And I think that you're not only one that is in compliance right now.
Need investment officer training.
Yeah, I see those schools come up all the time.
Yeah.
They have 2 in here.
2 a year, and so far, I think it, you know, I've been keeping up with mine regardless, you know, and that's another thing that pulls me away. Know that we have, you know, we have to have that. Without that, we can't invest.
Okay. Do y'all have any more with the treasurer's office?
Appreciate you coming.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you for listening.
So the last, I mean, department deal we just is with that.
Okay.
I know Adam proposed to, we're never gonna get to the employees, just for the record, so, but just double check. This is the last department where he, in essence, presented 2 budgets. One budget for 2 full-times, and Adam staying down as a part-time. Service the administrator role. He cannot, on January 1st, have any enforcement activities inside the county. So, I think we proposed in the budget so far is 2 new positions. It sounds like that's been a consensus, an unanimous consensus. to move
I'm
forward
good
with
with
that.
that.
So the only nuance on this is in essence, Ryan himself, staying on as a part-time.
Adam.
I'm sorry, Adam. I was looking at the.
Well, one other thing, from your office's position, you know, I think it was the issue was raised in putting the deputy constable's budget underneath the commissioning constable's.
Well,
budget.
I just think it's,
Does that make sense from your, or how we're doing?
to me, from my boss, it says yes, she says yes.
I would keep them under my, because he's extremely easy to deal with
Yes,
and always accommodating.
Right.
Always
Yeah.
accommodating.
and it's like, what I heard today or yesterday, it's all going blur now. His license in essence covers that department, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, he's carrying the paper.
Now, the 2 budgets,
Mhm.
even though they're 2 separate budgets listed for the county,
Mhm.
Mike is still over my budget.
Okay.
It's just not included in his contract. It's just 2 separate deals.
Sure.
He has just authorized me to manage that budget and make the purchases, but it's still under my,
Okay.
It's under his umbrella.
yes.
Okay.
But that's not how it.
It's not how it shows up.
No, Mike needs to be the official sign for it because he's not an elected official.
But Mike can
He can
delegate.
delegate, right? I think so. I'll see.
Well, it's just like with us, our foremen go and get parts and stuff all the time and they
Well,
sign for it.
That's true. But also we've had an issue with, like you can't purchase
Yes.
for other people's precincts out of your own precinct. Like, it would be like
Oh.
Eddie Perry trying to buy our office uniforms. That's not acceptable. So if that's gonna happen, then you need to just put him under that precinct. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Charlie, do you have the breakdown on the deputy constable's budget? Or are we still dealing with the top line salary number first, or?
Oh, boy, I guess we can talk about the top line salary. In here, we got the deputy, you kind of had difference from two, or did you want them the same?
No, it's the same on the two.
Okay, I need to fix that, but what is it, 64 or 65 or 63, I think?
On mine was 62 4. That
So
figure.
when you say yours, I mean, there's become somebody else on.
Well, the two deputy constables, I put them at 62 4.
Okay.
That's what I was.
I don't know where this, I guess the cell phone allowance went in there, so 62.4 for the cell phone allowance.
Changed.
Yeah, I gotta go back and fix that. So. Pull his budget over. So I don't know what you want to do with the salaries of draw this out real quickly so we can see it. $62,400, $62,400, $62,400. They would both get a cell phone allowance. And then, yeah, so that's what that looks like with both of them fully loaded. Obviously, Adam would get an increase for the first quarter up to that 62.4 while he's employed with us. Going back to the, it's not, because these are constable deal, the way it picked it up, there's not any deal, so it's not fair to present it against the constable's salaries.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. The question is becoming, what is that? That's a raise of.
And I based that on a level 1 deputy sheriff's office minus $2.36. Because the level 1 deputy is like at 32.26.
Plus,
And I based it on $30 an hour. That's how I came up with the 62.4.
so at that salary, we'll be able to entice some of the sheriff's deputies to come over.
I hope
Well,
that's-
that work schedule will. The sheriff's hoping not.
And work schedule.
It enticed him.
Yeah.
I mean, let's make the road the road. It enticed him.
Okay, then, will we be able to entice deputies from other counties so we can get some of their free training?
Not from Ellis County, that's for sure. Not from Hill County.
Clint, you interested?
I want to be constable.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah, I want to be deputy constable. I want to be constable. For now. For now. That allows us to split the county in half.
Yeah, I think we're all on board with the need,
Yeah.
especially with what you provide to planning and development for enforcement activity. I think we're all on board with that.
Judge, I gotta go across the street for about 30 minutes. So I'm gonna say what I gotta say before I leave. I've said it before, the incredible hire that Adam was, he's been awesome. And it's made a difference, but the go-between between us and Stanley's office has made all the difference in the world.
Yeah.
To track all that stuff. And I have no doubt that a second person is gonna do nothing but make it even better, especially I can speak for myself on my end of the county where I got septic violations that tall, a stack of them over there in that office right now. Nobody has time to go even check on them. So I'm part of that. My concern is, number one, I wish you wouldn't go over and run for office and stay here and make my decision a lot easier. I worry a little bit about how much of a role Adam will play in this with him being an elected official in another county on the liability part of it. I don't know, I'm not smart enough to say that there is any, but if there is, we need to look at that.
I think that's what we were looking at with the part-time aspect of what you were wanting.
Well, there's already precedent set with the state judicial board for JPs that you cannot, I could not do any law enforcement. That means I can't do anything that might wind up in front of a judge to decide.
Can you oversee?
I can do everything administrative. I could do emergency response, disaster relief, administrative functions, the whole 9 yards. I cannot do any enforcement, period.
But you can train.
But I can do the training. In other words, I can manage all the admin stuff
Tell them how sharp their knife needs to be and how clean their
Yeah.
gun.
and manage the two positions, but I can't actually go in the field and touch it. And that's already been set with the state judicial.
So I guess if we authorize part-time, I mean, if it was an issue, we wouldn't be required to hire you for that deal. I mean, if there was an actual issue that we worried about liability.
Yeah.
I mean, but that, I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we don't want to have your input. I think the concern is
I think you
liability.
had 20,000 in your part-time. So I just put, again, the same scenario.
And there's also a letter that's been generated that it's like an MOU with Mike that states in there that I am not authorized to touch anything in the enforcement. Where he has to sign it, it has to be filed, the whole 9 yards.
Doesn't preclude you from training these guys,
No.
right? 'Cause I think that's where,
Training is administrative.
But administrating a citation, is that touching it?
I'm not administrating citation.
So if you were to, okay, I didn't know if like printing off the citation and giving it to the guys or sending it to them via email.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to be cute.
I can't do that. That is an enforcement.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, just to try to give you an understanding of what it, because in my mind, administration means you're out there helping those guys. Oh, you know, these guys, we see this, I'm gonna send you the citation so you can serve it.
So I think that's where HR would come in, writing the proper job description as well.
And we've already written the job description for it and gave it to HR. And she's already looked at it. The whole time. We tried to preempt this thing.
I appreciate
And
that.
cover all the bases. But basically, it's gonna be a program manager position.
Will you still have your peace officer's license? Or will you give you
Oh,
one?
yeah, I'll always have my piece of it, as long as I maintain my training. And Cabano does the same thing. As long as he maintains his training hours, he maintains it. Well, I think Water does the same thing.
Do you, Greg?
No. Never had my peace officer.
Hallelujah. Oh, I'm strong.
So just silence my phone this time. Business call.
And I'm not saying the part-time position needs to be from here on. I'm not above coming to you guys and saying, my guys are on board, they know what they're doing,
How do you?
I'm out.
That's why I figured get them long enough to get them where they can sell the ship.
Yeah.
Show them where everything is, the roads. What part, where's the hot spots.
That's why I wanted to go ahead and get one in process to come in now. So that I have time to spend with him before the second one comes in. But it's kind of hard to train two by myself.
Right. Where's the vehicle come into play on here, Charlie?
He has it in the budget, in the capital expense section.
Okay.
I budget 75,000 for a vehicle.
It's right there, sir. And then it comes down right there, where it's in the capital expense line.
Okay.
And then this is him preparing his officers for,
This be 30 degrees.
And a lot of those expenses in this budget is just first year expenses. It's just
Non-recurring.
the only thing we have recurring is the Axon body camera and in-car camera and our cop sync computer system. Those are our two recurring charges. Or I could go to Axon and pay $13,000 and buy the system, but I elected not to do that. I elected to pay $1,000 the first year because that's what the budget allowed. And then they split the rest of it up between the next 4 years. And so it's easier to budget every year that reoccurring cost.
I guess the part-time question is just gonna be how comfortable we all are with potential liability there. I can't say for certain that it'd be without liability at this point. I mean, I do like the idea of having a smooth transition so that those guys can get going quicker, faster, more efficiently.
I've done this job 3 years, I'm still learning.
Yeah,
You get them up to speed and get them on the road and working.
because you were the beginning of this position, right?
Everything this position has and every policy it has, every form, everything I created, everything to do.
I try to learn something new every day. Try to.
What about if we see, I mean, I want time to know where we're at liability wise. I just want to know that answer. What if we did a deal, have money set aside for the option to keep you part-time, but have a look at what that looks like December 31st and where your new hire is on training and maybe have a mid-season eval.
How long did it take you to get your feet under it?
Well, it took me longer because
You had to go through a lot of environmental training.
You had to figure it out.
I had zero guidance.
You had a bunch of environmental training at the beginning, didn't you?
Yeah, there's all kinds of training. Well, now I know where the trainings are.
Right there.
Yeah, well, that's one of them, but, there's resources out there that I had to figure out on my own. And, do the training.
Have you requested any guidance from the State Commission on Judicial Conduct? Yeah, for me, at this time, I was just trying to figure out where we are liability. I think for me, if I'm comfortable with the liability aspect, I do like the idea of you being available. Make sure this thing continues going in the right direction.
Yeah, and the only reason I wanted to stay on part-time is I didn't want the program to fail. We have it good right now. It's only getting better and bigger. And it needs to continue to go that direction.
Well, you have definitely been an asset in the trash and the septic enforcement. Just.
And these two guys, them 142 letters they got out, they will start following up on them. Start holding people's feet to the fire.
That's what we need.
So that's what's gotta happen. If we don't,
Yeah.
Yeah.
county's gonna be in a whole lot worse shape. And the new guys need to break their teeth in on the old project.
Is it advocating?
It's getting better.
Yeah, back like it was.
And Nat said he still ain't paying.
He hasn't even,
So that needs to go,
We need to call Line Barger on that.
needs to be put a lien on them. But we've already got the abatement order done. That process is,
I'm already getting chatter back on that.
We got another one over there at the intersection of 667 and 744, that old gas station there. There's junk cars all around. So I haven't had anybody call me on it, but Connie Hickman, when she was in the office here a while back, she called me up and said, y'all do anything about this? Get it. I'm sure we're working on it fast as we can.
and everything goes on the list.
Yep.
Gotta work it from top to bottom.
Funny, I used to buy bait and Dr. Pepper there. Turned into a junkyard.
Yeah. It's bad.
But Judge, I can reach out to the State Judicial Board for an opinion.
Yeah, I would like that. Like I said, I do appreciate you running the trap with the job description and, purely administrative. I know you put some thought into it.
Because the last thing I want to do is get the county in some kind of liabilities.
Yeah. We won't.
I'd rather walk away totally than I had to put the county in liabilities. I'm not geared that way.
Well, you got anything further, Deputy?
No. I'm good with that. Just have it there in case we use it, but get our opinion from the judicial board
Yeah.
about liability. I sure don't want to get us in.
Charlie, we okay with doing that, having some money earmarked there so we have the option?
For the part-time sir.
Mhm.
And we're good with, I guess, getting his two deputies up with all necessary capital expenses, including the truck.
I think so.
It's a big item, so you're not gonna
Yeah.
set that off.
I mean, it's one of those things.
Cost of business.
Yeah, I mean, we've been saying we're gonna look at the county vehicle situation this upcoming fiscal year. So not saying that we don't want to get a vehicle for the second deputy constable, but
There may be one available at some point. I know we're getting.
I don't think the sheriff has any availability at this point because he
No.
sold them all off.
Okay. We still have a couple more
But
coming, right?
depending on how quickly they come in.
Clint, did we get everything?
We got all ours.
for this year? We've already
Yes,
got
we've
it.
gotten all of our.
Well, just because it's in the budget for a new truck, if something else comes up, oh.
Yeah, you got some options,
Access.
but we budgeted so we can do,
Now, his vehicle needs to be fully loaded like y'all's vehicle,
Yes,
cage and everything.
and no cage, but everything else.
The
Because you gotta remember,
the cage, you're not transporting anybody, is that why?
Well, when I have to transport somebody, I set them in front.
Right, so, yeah, we put it in the budget and see it at such time when we
Yeah.
hire that person,
okay.
make that decision, just, you don't have to spend it, but it's allocated.
You gotta remember this position, they work, we work traffic, we work everything.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay.
I just.
Yeah, yeah.
So we'll put that in there. We have it, we'll placeholder it for now with 2 full-times and the part-time. And then wait for y'all's guidance from there.
Yeah, we need to check back in December,
December, you said December?
or at least on the liability. I mean, liability, we can check immediately, but also with checking back in December is gonna see how whoever gets hired on is coming
Right.
along and kind of determine a need.
Okay. Perfect. And 62,400 is what we agreed to on their initial salaries. Okay. All right.
I don't mean to bring Jane up again, but right now was just talking, and if y'all are gonna pay her that 27, we have to put that in the salary bracket.
Right.
So.
The 27th,
The 27 vacation.
oh, the FY 27 vacation.
that's kind of-
So we're good now with all the elected officials other than this one
Right.
clarifying issue. And then we can get these letters out. We have 2 people in here. Three people in here that.
He's
can make
Put up
y'all's
the
decision.
baloney and go to the grocery store.
He smells a
Things have
payday.
changed.
Ruby, she brought it through court and it
Yeah.
was.
I think that was a one-off situation 20-something years ago. I'm
If
not-
that happened,
Well, I mean,
you show, you
that's
find the minutes.
true, but if it was
Yeah,
signed, if
we-
that was a special.
I mean,
I'm gonna say this, we told in here they don't close at 3 o'clock on
Oh,
Fridays. I didn't say that.
I guess it's-
I need to shut up. I just need to shut up.
So I mean, I guess we can walk out there right now and see if the light's still on, but, I say this to say is, I mean,
I gotta be quiet. Yeah, we better.
what do y'all want to do on FY 27?
Can I have 3 minutes to beat the dead horse?
You bet.
Okay, well, here's my take on that. If you listen to your lady Haley, when she was telling you, that's not an obligation, that's a benefit that you are giving these people. And when I hire these people in my office, I tell them, here's your benefit package, your XYZ, your all your insurance, here's your vacation. It's a benefit. Your benefit for vacation starts in the 2nd year. You don't earn it, you don't accrue it. You have to put in, you have to be here you have to work the 1st year to get to the 2nd year, and that's when that benefit kicks in. It's not something that you earned or accrued or that's due to you. You just get it because you worked that long. And it's not anything in here that says that she should be paid for that or anybody else. I'm off your toes. I'm on your toes. I'm just telling you what I think about it. That's historically what's been done in here. And the idea of leaving the county over something like that, I think is ridiculous. But that's my opinion about what y'all heard from the tax official, that it's no obligation to it. It's a benefit. And that benefit doesn't start till the 2nd year.
I think Mike's making a good point in the
That's
sense
all
of,
I got.
yeah,
No, thanks for that.
So you don't hire on to get a week.
I think,
As a potentially affected individual, though, I'm gonna pony up what he said is, but if you do for one, I'm gonna have an expectation because I've been here longer. Didn't know that option was available. I don't speak for him, but
or her, yeah.
You've heard that old saying all your life, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So. I
You
won't
know,
charge
you know
no
what runs
interest, but
downhill.
you know,
I
would
think
say
that word accrued in this year is the wrong word to use, okay? Because you're becoming eligible for it in the next year. Accrued means it's yours. That is not correct. Because you can be fired on December 31st and you do not have a claim against the county, okay? There is no legal claim if you get fired in your first year. You're hired January 1st and you get fired on December 31st. You have no legal claim for your vacation on that deal. You don't. And I don't know the world enough. If I get hired July 1st and I only work half a year, do I only get half the vacation the next year, or do I get the full year? But the word accrued means in essence, it's yours. It's deserved to be yours. And I don't understand their legal basis that you can sit there and say on December 31st at 11:59 that you have a legal basis in the vacation 1 minute later.
Well, that's why I use the word vested.
100%.
You know, vested, I mean, saying the same thing a different way is,
Yes.
you know, it's like, you have to have a certain date to where
The
you've
vesting option
actually
goes.
earned, you know, vesting is another word for earn.
I understand.
And so,
But just like a vesting option, you have to be there on that day. You could have worked 365 days, but if you're not there on the 366th day, you lose that vesting deal. But the whole year before that, you're completing that vesting period.
and you know, I think I said this earlier about the grandfathering in, I don't want to do something unless we have a clear policy at this point, because then we're just making an exception for one person if we're going against prior behavior.
I think it's very
not to muddy your water, but I can tell you, and this is a fact, and I can prove it. In 2013, when I became the sheriff, I did not rehire individuals that were employed by the sheriff's office. Does that not meet the equation? So December 31st, they were employed under a previous sheriff, but effective January the 1st, they no longer were employed. So if you go back to saying they accrued or they had, well, they didn't get it either. So.
They were terminated.
Absolutely. That's right. I did not rehire.
So in that scenario, it's black and white. Yes, there's ways, I guess, to manipulate that if you're in the retirement realm.
That's a different world.
But that's a different
It's a
issue.
different equation.
I can't help a retirement.
Like I said,
I can't have a retirement or a
you
person
worked
that
25
quits.
years,
Right.
and you wouldn't allow a person to work one day over and get a little vacation time.
A retirement or somebody quits, they can game the system. The system's set up that way. But there's allow a person to terminate December 31st to avoid that system. You can't change the system unless you change the whole system for the people that want to use and abuse it. Person that's retired and worked here 30 years, I think anybody in this world would say, if you worked here 30 years, you probably do some vacation, you know, and there's your retirement package. But
I'll tell you my experience, your experience, I don't know, my shop. Tommy would always take his vacation January. He'd work a week and take it. Because you know what? Might not be here December. And he wants his vacation, he wants his time. It's he wanted to take his time before something happened.
I felt like it was very personal. So the fact that we were even questioning it was a personal attack on her. And I don't think y'all
No,
were
it's
doing
not
that.
personal.
And so
She
but
takes
she
it.
kept saying, like, you're going to screw me again. You're going to screw me again. I don't see screwing at any point of this thing. I think we're trying to do the right thing, set the precedent in essence to it. But I have not been here long enough to understand this situation where it's personal.
Well, that's also why we did the salary adjustment before she actually requested it.
I thought you put her at the top of the range of the 3% of the TAC average. I mean, but I don't know.
I think she's been taken very well care of.
Well, I mean, she's made the same amount as the elected officials for the last 12 years. So whether she's got to work two
It's not
jobs,
even been 12 years, has it?
I don't know,
I've only been
12
here
years,
10
I'm sorry.
years, And it happened after I got here. So
It's been a minute.
No,
But-
that's what she
I
said.
apologize.
But no, I don't want it to be a personal deal whatsoever.
No,
Right.
it's not.
And I felt like there was very much some animosity that way, and I have not felt that at all from you guys. So I don't know if one of y'all needs to sit and communicate with her that say this is not personal, this is precedent and.
I've tried it. It doesn't work.
Yes, sir. I understand. Yes, sir. So,
Well, I think I know where we're going on that, but I'd be remiss if I didn't let Commissioner Grant come back and get a piece.
Absolutely.
he'll be here in 12
Absolutely.
minutes. We can table that discussion.
I show
He comes
regular
back.
strength.
Um,
I have to go to the dentist, but
Okay.
Judge, I know Greta came in.
Yes,
Uh,
Judge George.
Question.
Yes,
When we were in here and we were discussing the increase in our salaries, which we understand, we did it, that's fine. But will any other part of our budget be reduced or changed once we left? I mean, is that it? I'm talking about the clerks.
yeah, we haven't addressed that
we
yet.
haven't got-
If we've been trying,
Okay.
it's been on the agenda.
We're gonna get that done in an
for
hour and
2 hours.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just wanted to know if you were going to do an adjustment. And, you know, we might want to have some kind of, something to say about that since we did get.
We can start with you, right? I mean, we can start with your, I don't know how
You know-
Judge you want to do this.
Yeah, I can wait. I mean,
I mean,
I know
and the
y'all
question
want
is that's the exact point in this process that we are in.
I mean, it's an ongoing developing process.
I mean, I can show you, gentlemen, where we are with just how I have it presented now, and you guys can, Brad has also sorted the data in certain ways. Man, that was a drinking man, that was a drink. So,
We'll have to talk about.
just,
I want the sheriff to see what this is gonna look like.
yeah, so we're getting these salaries ready. Sheriff, you just need to make sure you look at yours. All right, so while we wait for Commissioner Grant to return to finalize Jane's letter, we have all the letters ready to rock.
Well, I want the sheriff to see what this is gonna look, especially if you're cheers.
Okay, we just, we're obviously, we're not putting longevity pay and step pay, I don't think go into there. Or does it have to go in there? But that has to go in for everybody, so
Yes.
everybody's longevity pay.
Everything, yes, every bit of your salary.
Okay. Okay, as long as the law, I just need to prove the law the way it is.
Just show them we did it.
Oh, so, I mean, yeah, great, thank you for reminding me. So Judge Putnam did not come in here. She and I talked about her deal. There's no TAC deal for her. There's no county court of law survey coming from TAC.
I think it's just based on statute.
Right, but she gets paid a certain amount from the county.
Right.
So last year, Judge, when the county gave a 3,000 across the board, she received that 3,000 across the board, correct?
But it's still had to be within the statutory guidelines, so.
Okay, I mean, I need to check on that. She and I talked, and I think in her budget, she requested a moderate 3% increase to her base salary, was her, input over. That was for her personally, that was the only request that she had in there. So she's at 243 going to 250, but if we need to check that in the laws and regs, I don't know, Judge. And then I know we've got some research to do on the juvenile board. But she does not take a cell phone allowance because I think she has a county phone, but that's the only thing that I don't know, we need to do that, I guess, pretty quickly because she's gonna have a letter as well. Not to go from county court. Well, I can do some research while y'all talk as well. But I know, Judge, at least for most of the budgets being presented to you in this setting, anything below a 5% increase typically is right. I mean, that's what I think I showed you. I think I showed you even that this morning, the code, but I'm not saying that that's gospel in relation to the county court of law judge. I just know that 5% seems to be the, benchmark where they need to come in here and explain, and y'all need to grant permission that 5% increase has to happen. But we're gonna talk about our court coordinator and court reporter, but for the instance now, in order to get her letter out, barring any statutory changes, a 3% increase.
I guess the question is gonna be, how does that relate? How far is the deviation from Judge Laura Messina's salary, even though we don't pay it?
I don't see it. I
You don't
have
see
no
it at
idea,
all.
sir. Right? Yeah. I have no idea, sir. He's a state actor, state employee. We don't pay for his insurance. We don't pay for anything. I would guess that the state would give these people more than around a 3%, but I have no idea. He's not on any of, we have no visibility to his stuff. We do pay his juvenile board, right? And then does he get longevity from us or no? But that's something I know.
Yeah. Yeah, the CCL judge's minimum salary is $1,000 less than the sum of the annual salary for the district judge with comparable years of service.
I can email Judge Lago and CCU Judge Crane and ask him what if the state has communicated with him his new FY37.
There's a minimum and a maximum in statute. Yeah, the maximum salary is $1,000 less than the highest salary the district judge can. We gotta get the letter out.
Julie gave you that?
Yes, it's job descriptions. Julie's gonna have to leave when she gets through here to go. She's got it.
I mean, obviously, I think for 67 minutes. You may do some research or you may keep her flat or?
No, I mean, be consistent among the electeds, then.
She would be at the low end of the elected official raises that I've seen going across the board, but obviously, she gets a high supplement from juvenile board and some others where those folks aren't getting those respective deals. She looked at that. When I talked to her, she said, sounds great to me.
Okay.
So I don't,
For me, I'd go with my main concerns being within the statutory guidelines on that salary.
so I guess if we produce the letter and it goes in the paper and it doesn't, we'd have to either rerun it or something or adjust it. I'm sure there's been a mistake made. Nobody's going to jail. So, need to have this by the papers by tonight, maybe tomorrow. So Judge, we have a little bit of time. We can draft a letter now. We can do some research. If we can get with Judge Lago after today's meeting and see what he says about his current comp. And we can make any adjustments tomorrow before me. Okay. Does that sound fair? Yeah. Go ahead and draft it with the 250 and then we can change it from there. All right. So the way I have this sorted, gentlemen, is the salary discussion. I have from top to bottom, the folks that are asking for the largest percentage increase, regardless of the dollar amount. So, and then it's in descending order. Judge, I don't know if you'd like to kind of look at some of these. I can go through who's a department head, who's not a department head, who's a coordinator. The top ones are really the ones that, they're pretty simple in the sense of, just for the record, why there's a blank line item. I'm still trying to understand, commissioners and judge, whether I'm allowed to present my staff salaries in front of you before I go and talk to Judge Lago about it. There's some discrepancies. Judge Lago, Judge Carhan, and myself are trying to figure out what that number is. So you will not see my staff salaries because my department is certified or put upstairs first in the public and open hearing, and then you guys have to adopt it. I believe I should probably bring it to you guys to set me a guidance and give me some vision, but not certified until it goes upstairs. So Judge Lago and Judge Carhan and I are going to make sure we do that the appropriate way. But in this situation, I can tell you right now, starting off with the indigent health care, she's asking for a significant raise from going, and she's asking to keep taking her part-time to full-time, correct?
Yes.
So we're kind of killing two birds with one stone by looking at this. This is a sensitive topic for our county. I'm not going to belittle it. I think we all know where we stand. But the $27,000 increase, in essence, she's in that functioning role right now. She, in essence, running that department right now. I'm just spitting facts. I'm not trying
And
to.
that's different than what we had her doing before. I mean, is it true to say that her
role's the same.
responsibilities have changed or no?
I don't believe they've changed. I believe when we set her own
I mean,
department,
that's a factual question, so.
I mean, unless I can,
They have not changed.
she was set a job description when she came over here.
Mhm.
When we started paying it, obviously I was not here. You gentlemen were. When it came over, that job description, she knew what she was signing up for as the, in essence, director of the indigent care. She did, I don't think even when she was housed at the Kent Rogers Clinic, she thought Marty was her boss. I mean,
Yeah.
Marty may think she was her boss
Right.
and whatever, but I don't think Brianna walked in every day checking in with Marty.
Right.
So it's hard for me to understand in this specific case, what is substantially changed in roles and responsibilities for that department to, one, ask for that significant raise, and two, asking for another full-time employee. Keeping it consistent with what we've heard across the board, I don't know. We haven't doubled the indigent care. The indigent care has been pretty flat. They have an office space now. They have the equipment. They have the software. It's hard for me to, I mean,
Part of it, I will say this, is Terry put a huge amount of budget in there for a person. And she saw that, and so she just ran with it.
Mhm.
I think that has a lot to
and
do.
I think the issue with that is, I'm not Terry and I wasn't here with her, but there was a lot of back office, closed office negotiations going on, and let's stick some budget here, let's stick some budget there. And I'm trying to keep it clean, keep it tight, clean, what we're gonna pay Kent Rogers Clinic, what we're gonna pay our employees to run this deal,
Right.
all in open court, all discussion.
Absolutely.
So,
The only
and
way
Jason's
to
back,
do it-
but I want to get this one, or do you want to quickly do Jane so we can get her letter out?
Yes.
Put a pin in this. Sorry, Judge.
No.
Okay.
So we were talking about the vacation time for fiscal year 2027 for Jane. And what our decision wanted to be on that, because based on that phone call, and Mike talked about it as well, it appears it's at our discretion, since we don't have a policy covering that situation. And based on past behavior, we haven't made that exception for other people. And to do it now would be doing it for one person. Unless we want to decide that we're going to make policy change right now. My concern is having enough information in front of us to make that kind of a policy decision, because it is classified as an additional benefit. So for Charlie's purposes and getting out the letters to elected officials, if we decided to add that vacation time, then that would be included in her salary that goes in the letter to pay.
This would not be included. This in essence would be paid out as she is a non-elected official employee. This would have to go in the letter.
Y'all asking me?
Yeah.
I mean, do you really have to?
No, we actually did.
We don't think so. We, Judge wanted you here.
Yeah.
I think we're all with you.
No,
Okay, so we'll go
no.
just with the 26th, so.
Okay.
We were hoping for more.
No, he's had
You know
enough.
what?
I was hoping for just a little more work.
And the
You
point,
hear-
and the point is,
hear
not-
enough earlier?
and the point was, it's not personal to Jane.
It's never personal to me.
Right.
It's never personal for me.
Okay. Back to indigent care. So that, that department, we actually probably knock out that whole discussion right now with that department in the sense of,
Well,
employees and
can I take a quick step back? Because what you've got listed is the outliers as far as the requests that were made for employee salary changes, right?
Yes, sir.
And, I think in previous days, I don't know which day it was, but, talking about making sure we were, treating people the same at a certain baseline, kind of like we try to do with elected officials. This is the kind of base number and work from that one way or the other. You know, I'd like to take a similar approach or the same approach to employees. I wanted, Commissioner Grant, I wanted your input on that because I think you've got some good insight, you know, as far as how we're treating our people.
Well, I mean, y'all said you didn't want to do across the board, correct?
Well, I mean, things are kind of fluid. In general, I don't like across the board, but without performance, like performance reports or knowing, you know, in objective metric, yeah, I don't know, it's hard not to. I mean,
I can tell you when I looked at my budget, I did a performance thought, you know, of how my staff is doing. I can tell you for my own staff, you know, eliminating 2 positions, not requesting those to be refunded by the county, allowed those other people and individuals to accept more responsibilities and more roles. I would request that, and I'm a different budget, again, we're establishing that, and I'm not talking about numbers, but I would be in the position to request more than across the board, and actually my department's allowed to do that, but that's the only reason. I do think some of the people in their department have done that, and I think even you guys, with your gentlemen that may not have received a salary bump in the past, we're trying to get them to the right number. So we put the onus back on the departments to come up with where they think a fair market value salary it is. And that's what you guys have done for the elected officials in the sense of, hey, where's a comparable salary where somebody would want to come in here and be an elected official? I think it'd be doing a disjustice to then come back and say for all the employees, hey man, we're just going to do across the board. Because if you give a $30,000 increase to somebody making $50,000, they're happy. If somebody's making $70,000, they're like, well, why did that person get $3,000 and I got $3,000? It's different in percentage.
thank you for that. That's what
Yeah.
I need, you know, that reset right there.
So let's take the indigent healthcare deal right here, just for an example. They want $27,000 a year more. Right?
She wants, I'm sorry, Commissioner, you may not have been here at the beginning. In my mind, she's doing the same duties and responsibilities that she was hired to do at the jump. In this, I don't understand what's changed in her role to ask for $27,000 increase.
But what my next question was going to be, where did that 85,000 come from?
I have no idea, sir. And so I don't know. I don't know where she's come up with that. She didn't present that when she was in here for her own budget. But you know, we have heard if responsibilities and duties fall on the office and there's more to do. Okay, we understand. I didn't hear anything on that indigent health budget that would have created her job more than what she was doing in the past.
So if across the board raise is not popular, then if you did a percentage-based raise, doesn't that take your employees that are making more money?
Yes, sir.
And that keeps everybody on a level playing field?
Yes, sir. I mean, that, in essence, sir, that's kind of what happened if you go down to the last few pages. There has been a kind of a notion that a 5% number from some of the precincts, some of, I think even Mike's office, they kind of, and maybe it was out of fear, and I didn't mean that out of fear, sir, but they used a 5% number to say, hey, that seems to be a cost of living adjustment baked in there with somewhat of a, hey, we're getting our employees maybe closer to a market value approach there. Some people had different reasons why they picked 5%, but there's quite a few offices that pick 5% as the standard increase.
So I mean, what do you think, Charlie, as far as, you know, a similar kind of aim is maybe the 5% increase and based on input / justifications, you know, adjust from there? I'm just trying to.
I don't think you can go wrong with that, Judge.
Because, you know, every dollar to each person that has these titles matters significantly.
100%.
And you know, Commissioner Grant's done a good job, I think, of trying to bring that point forward as to justifying and not being arbitrary. I'm not saying we're trying to be arbitrary, but just so that we do it right.
I'm good with whatever percentage we come up with to apply to it, 5%, 3%, whatever.
But aren't there some,
But there's some outliers
there's some
here.
positions that won't be
Yeah.
covered by that?
And then
Yeah,
and this is
there's
the
some that we
input
need
part
to-
where they've gone above.
Well, for instance, we heard the judges talk about court reporters. We got to do something so we can get court reporters.
That would be an example of something different to where we've got to
That's
adjust.
what I was saying. We gotta
Okay,
look at each
yeah.
other.
But also, if there's a shortage of court reporters, it don't matter what you pay.
That's right.
There's not any,
That's right.
they come in regardless.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
there is a shortage. They can't, I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen Connie call and beg people and they won't come.
and that's just one of those kind of jobs that's kind of fading out, kind of like nobody wants to be a police officer.
No, I understand,
anymore.
but we actively set that salary in the sheriff's department to try to attract talent to come in.
Yes.
So I
Keep
think,
talent.
I think we're doing a misjustice if we said
Yeah.
across the street, hey, let's become, not in this Ellis County, but not the top, but like where do we want to be? And I
Yeah.
think
Well, why
in
don't,
order for us to do it there, we have to look at certain positions that are changing dramatically.
why don't we take the outliers out and then discuss a raise for everyone else? And then address the outliers, how, there can't be that many of them. Well, I guess there is 16.
Yeah, I don't know,
I
sir.
don't know why there'd be 16 of them. I'm sorry, that's probably not right.
No, I mean, we can skin the cat whatever way you want to skin the cat, right? I'm just here trying to get this, to start. If we want to stay with the base and go from there, or we want to start with, the outliers and go down. However we all want to do it. I mean,
On mine, most of those outliers are gonna be mine, and I'm good with now with the percentage, straight across. Would be fine.
okay. So that 5%, are you wanting more than 5% for your
5% should be good.
5% for your precinct? Let's just start with y'all's precinct. Let's start with y'all.
I set mine at 5.
You're at 5, you're at 5, you're at 5.
That's what I do.
Okay, so we can get those precincts done. Brad can work on those right now.
But if we're gonna do that for the people working for us,
Understand? Unless there's an outlier for them to come in here and explain why, that's what we're working on. So,
don't gang up on me too, Charlie.
no, I love it. Sure, I think, trust me, you just expedited my job big time here. I agree. But I mean, so let's, Commissioner, do you want to start with anybody that, I guess there are some departments that did not have 5%. I'm looking at the deputy, one of the deputy clerks was at 2%. Looks like the district clerk used 2%. There's some courthouse security that was at 0%. I don't know if that goes under you or maybe, because I think you set that budget.
We did set it.
Okay, but not based on, maybe this came over from Ryan. Ryan didn't touch that. Right? No. Yes. Who's the, Ryan. He didn't touch that budget line item because I don't think, there's a line item on his budget.
He was working on those earlier.
Okay, so ignore that.
And
Okay, so the ones that are below 5%, you got district clerk, you've got zoning and planning, ag extension, indigent defense coordinator. Did we just set all those at 5% that were below 5%?
Just reset
I
'em.
think so. If we got for one, we want to do that.
Just reset them.
Okay, we'll reset all those.
Being your commissioner. I'm sorry.
We'll set all those, at 5% that are not at 5%.
Mike and Sandy and Greta are in here right now. Does 5% sound fair?
That's what I put in
we
for.
put in
Okay.
for.
Judge,
Yeah,
And I
Brad, I
also
think
put
we
in there,
need
there's a
yours.
line, or anything that's better.
no, you put 10%.
A flat line,
Oh, we did,
I want 5% and bone too.
because I thought we put 10 for us.
No, ma'am, you're pulling over, what I'm pulling on yours is you're showing a 10% increase of $5,000.
Yeah.
Maybe you're thinking you gave them a $5,000 increase.
Well, partly, can I say something here?
Sure, absolutely.
Well, when we were talking about our budget, we were talking about numbers and increase. And I know somebody somewhere in another session, I wasn't in here, talked about the task force and that increased a lot of things that, you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, your case.
Well, the thing about it, our increase is not just the tickets, it's the civil, like Daryl was explaining. And it's a lot more work. It's a lot more work for each clerk. Multiple times they touch those items. I really went, let's see. Oh, and another thing was the last time that our clerks got, we were trying to raise them close to the clerks and or court coordinators, because ours are court coordinators for civil and criminal. And when we did, we were trying to get about even, and the other, it wasn't like across the board. The others over here were still above what our clerks were. So we're trying to make it to where it's kind of equal. And I wanted you to understand that uptake in all the case files and the money coming in wasn't just criminal cases. It was a lot of tickets and stuff like that, but there's a whole lot of civil that's coming. And I'm looking, I don't know, but I know that I've heard talk of them raising the jurisdictional limit for our civil. Now it's 20,000, used to be 10. I look for that to be coming, but I don't know that it's going to come quickly. So, but yes, everything has increased substantially.
Which would basically take cases out of courts over here and put them in your
Yes.
courts.
Now, I don't know that that's happening, but it has. It went to 20, and it's credit. Credit card debt.
Yeah, I mean, it's a jurisdictional option. It creates another avenue.
Yeah.
I do aggravate her, I'm sorry.
For 30-something years.
Yes.
Anyway,
I said, see you next
what
year,
I-
bye.
You know, that's what we were trying to do is,
Yeah,
but, you know, what happened to us last time was across the board and Idea went up and ours didn't.
right.
Sorry, guys.
It's all right.
I was trying to say this. Of course, got kicked off the internet. at the same time. Any feedback to what Greta noted there? That you guys don't agree to more than a 5% increase or?
Those would be deputy clerk positions. So are there other deputy clerk positions outside the JP's offices?
All of our girls are deputy clerks, right?
Okay.
Deputy clerks, doctors are deputy clerks.
Relatively similar or the same function?
We do all civil and criminal, we do it all.
I mean, because that's,
And our girls make less than.
because that's the kind of thing I want to be mindful of, and rather than, dealing with names, talk about categories and make sure that we're doing right for the whole category.
Right, so the deputy clerk in the county clerk's office is seeking a 54,721 or 50, I guess about 52, correct? Yeah,
Well,
that one deputy clerk's
five.
moving up, I think.
Yes.
So
So-
requested 5%.
Right, but I mean, now we're talking true numbers, right? So if we're gonna try to keep apples to apples,
Mhm.
they're at 52,063, and the JPs are asking for 57,336.
One other thing is we have 2 clerks for all these things that are coming in.
Mhm.
We have.
District clerks only ask for 2%.
Well, the other thing about district clerk is they are adding a position.
District clerk is asking for an additional position.
Yeah.
But I guess the question is, if you're doing a minimum, yeah, I mean, we could say you're asking for a new position, so you don't, but then. Trying to get rid of the ones that we already set up. First. Yeah, I guess the decision around what a deputy clerk should be making inside of a court and or clerk office.
Mhm.
The proposed one for the JP offices of 57.3. County clerk is 52. And the district clerk is 50.5. Down here at the bottom.
Mhm.
What's mine?
You're sold out. Your sir is 52. So in line with the county clerk ask.
And some of those offices are countywide and some of those offices are precinct-wide.
Good information, yes, sir.
But everything that goes to, it all comes to us, all four of the JPs, all the work comes to us or comes to the district clerk.
Yeah.
They have four offices.
But then when you add it up, it's 8. I mean, so it's,
Yeah.
Three times 7.
So sometimes there's a whole bunch of.
Right, different kinds of.
Yeah.
So even even if we took the JP's clerk where they currently stand for FY26 and give them a 5% raise,
Mhm.
you in essence would need to give, because they're already at 52.1, okay? But that's where the district clerk is at 50.5, so you'd have to give, you have to give them a bigger bump, and the county clerk is seeking 52. So where the JP clerks are right now is where the county clerk is seeking for FY26.
Mhm.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
5% increase. So if we're trying to align, we're trying to align. If we're
Right.
not, we're not. I mean, it's up to you guys. But
I mean, it seems like in practice, they haven't been aligned.
sir,
And I don't know the reason. If there's a good reason, then
Well, years back, it was way out of kilter across the whole board. And we went in there, this has been 7, 8 years ago. And at the time, and there was different office holders then, than there are now. At the time, we got everybody, except for maybe one or two, satisfied. We rectified that whole deal. And then that's when we kind of started going to the across the board raises. So that never got out of kilter again.
Mhm.
And that's how we ended up where we are right now. I'm not saying things haven't gotten out of kilter. I'm just saying that's how we addressed it back then. And it was fine at the time. It's probably not fine now. Everybody was good with it then, but they're probably not good with it now.
I didn't judge. Maybe I throw 2 cents in here. If we start to get some discrepancies between departments, you may start to see a county clerk going, well, I want to go work at the JP's office.
That's been for years.
Because, yeah, so I'm not saying that inter-office transfers aren't a good thing because the person is bringing knowledge, but the last thing we want to be doing is cannibalizing our own at the end of the day. So, I think y'all's view on whether a deputy clerk in the district clerk's office, the county clerk's office, or the JP's office are relatively doing the same job functionalities. And I say relative, I understand them not
right.
the same.
But we don't have a different classification to recognize that at this point.
Sir, yes, that is correct. So I'm just talking about a clerk inside of a county office. 2 of them are countywide, the district clerk and the county clerk are countywide. The 4 precincts, the 4 JPs are obviously precinct wide.
Tax office worldwide.
Tax office is world, global, intergalactic. You know, the aliens pay their taxes in our annex building. So, I mean, if we want to throw the tax office seems a bit off from the other ones, but I mean,
I see them doing different functions, but I guess they're called a deputy clerk, so,
Do you have us on there as deputy clerks?
yes, ma'am.
Clerks?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought they were changed to coordinators last year. Well,
I didn't see it now. I mean, yeah. There were the JPs changed to court coordinators.
Well,
that's-
I tend to think that, if you have the deputy clerk title, you should, all be aligned unless we've got a significant difference in job description. I mean, I really need some input from y'all on how y'all feel about that direction. I think that would be a significant change. But
We've been doing significant changes.
yeah,
all day.
I think that's the point of this cycle.
Yes.
We did it for his group. We've done it for the elected officials. There's been significant changes, so.
So I guess that's the first question. We're gonna try to put those all in line, and then it's, what's the number, I guess, up from that?
Well, from what I remember, the last time we addressed it is, it depended on who you ask, what a deputy clerk did and what a court coordinator did, and what a court coordinator was and what a deputy clerk was. It depended on the office that you asked. They all did different things. So it's hard to address. We addressed it way back then, but like I said, I'm sure it's.
I mean, to be fair to her two folks, she did say, are they court coordinators? I mean, obviously they're helping her set her schedule and doing things similar to.
And if I remember right, we probably changed some titles, didn't we?
I thought we did.
We probably changed some titles from clerk to court coordinator or
Back
clerk to
then,
deputy.
I don't know. We didn't do it last
It's
year.
been a while.
Yes,
It's
sir.
been a while.
Yes, sir.
But that's what I remember.
Right. So. yeah,
I
agree
don't,
with
I don't know, and it's just my opinion, I don't know that all deputy clerks should be on the same
you, sir.
deal, because I don't know that they all do the same thing. And I don't know if it's in their job description in Julie's office or not.
Well, they're right there, but I don't know if it's gonna tell us.
I mean,
Sometimes
they
job
know
descriptions.
what they do. I don't.
Right.
I mean, the things we got here is anybody else that we're trying to move up is gonna be more than a 5%, or we gotta move the JPs down. And so that luckily, we have a JP representing the group here. But I agree with you. I mean, it's hard. The title isn't something, but doesn't tell the world the same thing. Could that-
I don't know the volume difference in county clerk versus a JP clerk or any court versus, I don't know. I don't know the volume, how much they handle in each different court.
I mean, we have the county clerk here.
Because I think you got the same question in, my court, Judge Putnam's court, and Judge Lagomorcino's court as far as the coordinators. Those have been aligned.
And this one's, her title is a coordinator. Kim's title is a coordinator. I'm just
Yeah.
going back to the part of, we've always kept the ones upstairs equal and Kim behind.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Even though on paper they have the same title. Kim is y'all's court coordinator, correct?
But obviously, this is a completely different kind of court.
We agree with that. Yeah, I'm just throwing out the obvious,
I understand.
what it is.
Yeah, but it speaks to the issue.
I'm not saying they should
Yeah.
be aligned. And I
Yeah,
respect
yeah.
Ms. Kim and what she does. This court, and I think y'all should take care of her because she moves the mountain, but I don't think it's the same as Judge Putnam or Judge Lago or Judge Carnian's.
And she does things they don't do.
Understand this, sir?
Sometimes with the telephone out here,
Kind of find you
and
guys.
she says, we don't talk like that here.
Yeah.
Trying to get them all lined up is tough.
We've been doing it for 2 straight days, as much as we can. I mean,
I mean, you
it's a
have
hard decision.
fill in the blank clerk. Depends on what department you're in. And then to get all their salaries
I
lined.
mean, you're gonna do that, and
aligned.
then obviously, what's the difference between that and a senior clerk or chief clerk? What's the, thank you, ma'am.
Chief Deputy Dancer.
Thank you. So if we're gonna do it for one classification, we would probably need to stay with consistent with the others.
Mhm.
The, can I just, it's 4:27, can I take like 2 minutes to discuss the logistics of what we got going on here?
Yeah.
Okay. Obviously, we're not gonna finish this in the next 33 minutes, so we need to reconvene at some point. My understanding is that most of you guys are gone next week. We have Commissioners Court meeting on Monday, correct? A regular scheduled Commissioners Court meeting on Monday. But if we put on, if Kim were to file something right now, we can reconvene on Wednesday or Thursday of next week. That would be the earliest, but my understanding is there's some of y'all out.
Austin.
You're in Austin, you're in Austin.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go on vacation. And I'll be gone from the 31st to the 10th.
Ooh, total water.
You're not gonna get one, so don't worry.
I'm gonna kill something after today.
Amen. Amen.
I've gotten another call. I didn't, I
It
have
worked.
it vibrated. No,
It was on the
it
stun
vibrated, I turned
setting.
my ring off, but if you have any more questions of me, call me.
We're doing
So you're out, Jason, you're out. I mean, so
Thank you
next
very
Don't
week,
forget me, just ask me.
Jason, you leave on the 31st? What time on the 31st do you depart, sir?
I leave on the 30th.
August 30th.
So in essence, we would be losing him, but we could still convene. Because remember, he's not coming back to the day we sign the budget, so. He's out, and then he leaves. The reason we schedule the budget confirmation is because we're dealing with deals, so we can reconvene on the 31st. And call him during his hunting break after he shoots it, kill the first day, but I don't know. We're gonna have to set a date to come back.
Let me ask this question. This is a stupid question. I'm not up on Robert's Rules of Order. Can we recess this current meeting we're in?
No,
sir.
yeah.
No.
Okay, because it was already said second
One
day.
recess, right here.
Okay.
So in essence, I think we need to put on the agenda to come back August 31st because all y'all are back August 31st. Correct?
I'll be here. I don't do Austin.
Judge,
So 31st is Monday.
Commissioner Perry. So can we direct him to set a new hearing starting at 10 a.m. August 1st?
September 1st.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, a new hearing August 31st. We can make it to September 1st if we need it.
So September 1st, I've got a
I think we
consult.
I think we can get through the rest of this in one day and be ready to fix the budget. But we're gonna need another day. So
We're gonna have to focus on that day.
I know. So can I tell Kim to go ahead and push out August 31st?
Yeah.
Understand the
10
first,
a.m.
I'm assuming we,
or 9 a.m.
on September 1st, I've got a consult with a surgeon that I cannot miss.
And Jason, we can call you in between your.
what about,
breaks or-
what about, I guess we can't do it on the 25th. I mean, that's when we go to our school, but I mean, we could come in that
No, I
morning,
think it's gotta be 3 days, 3 full days. So
business day.
yes, sir, 21st, 22nd, so we have to do it on the 26th. So again, we can call you in and if you have cell phone, I can give you Brad, we got
I mean, I can already tell you my answer is no.
I know.
I heard that.
We got Starlink we can give you if you want, be chasing that elk and tell them no at the same time, but are you okay with me asking?
Yeah,
For the
yeah.
31st, okay. I didn't mean to derail.
No,
that,
no,
so
no,
I think we just need to keep going on the
Yeah,
discussion on the deputy clerks and everything, but let me just tell this.
Well, on Monday, you'll be able to do some on Monday after y'all schedule a budget workshop after our regular
Did
meeting.
we?
Did we?
I'm pretty sure you did. Well, you could continue on, even if you didn't have it on their budget workshop, if you wanted to continue, I think you did. Let me see.
We made it a whole fact.
For the 24th. Well, that'd be good.
That would be good.
I hope that's true.
Me
That'd be
too.
good.
Yeah, we,
We could do it if we can come
24th,
back
That'd be great,
24th after regular meeting.
because I'm not through talking about Mike yet.
And I'm not too listening.
No, it's not on there, so now your hangar has.
Oh.
It wasn't on the consent agenda. We usually always do. I'm shocked that we didn't.
Hey, I'm up for a late night, y'all. I mean, knock it out.
She's gonna go ahead and.
It's 108
Week of
outside.
that week.
You sure you wanna
in case
go
we
out?
need additional days.
65 in here.
I should have just,
Hey,
You don't think we can finish today?
I mean, maybe. We haven't even gone through department and
Or can we
non-personnel.
finish the hard stuff?
Well, we haven't gone through the non-personnel stuff yet by budget, so we get to the salaries, I believe has been a pain in the,
yeah,
but then I gotta tell somebody that you can or can't have this piece of equipment or things like that. So there's not a whole lot of outliers in the non-personnel sections of these budgets.
right.
So I do think that'll go quick. But yeah, I mean, we may be able to finish the next, I mean, tell like y'all wanna work, right? No matter to me.
Like I said, it's 108 outside. You won't go? 65 in here.
I don't think we're gonna get through the non-personnel today unless you want to work till midnight. I don't care.
I mean, let's go till we go.
Yeah, let's go.
Right.
So
So
I got a question before you kick that though. What about the proposed? Right,
I think they've all,
last week, we talked about today was gonna be the day you did your proposal.
right. Great statement, sir. My understanding is that the no new tax rate is what y'all were gonna go with, but I think we need to publish that as well, right?
And then
I gotta have it on record.
A vote
Uh-huh, that's what I'm gonna.
inside of this meeting.
No, yeah,
It's gonna be, that one's gonna be a roll
gotta
call.
be a hearing.
It's gotta be a record vote.
yeah. So we need that on the 31st too then.
But then we're not gonna have.
Don't
time
you,
to post
don't we
it.
have to have a hearing? And then
You
roll call?
gotta publish it. And you gotta have 5 days from the day you publish it to get it done, to actually adopt, okay? And every Wednesday is your publication date. So,
But you have to have it in by Friday to get to the Wednesday.
well, unless we just, maybe we can squeeze it if we
So,
squeeze it
so,
off.
so, so let me ask you this question. It's gotta be 5 days after the publication, 5 business days,
Gotta have it published and have 5 days,
5 business days or 5 days?
5 days.
Does Wednesday count as the day?
Every day counts as a day.
Okay,
I'm telling you, I'm not trying to be smart.
So Wednesday,
Every day counts
Thursday,
as a
Friday,
day. It's
Saturday,
not 3
Sunday.
working days.
So my statement is if y'all agree to the no new tax rate today, and I say not agree, they want to go ahead and publish the stated rate, right? That's the first thing.
I gotta propose it.
Propose it, but that has to be in its setting, or does that, or the adoption has to be in the setting?
Oh.
So we can't propose it unless there's a setting. Good. So in essence, we would want to set that. I mean, I guess,
You have an emergency call meeting of.
well, I mean, y'all can do that on, how many days do we have to do for that? Is it the same as budget where it's gotta be 3 working days? Or can we set that proposal, I'm sorry if I'm mixing my words up, the first one, is it the same thing that it's gotta be 3 days after the notice? So is it the 25th, or can we do that on August 24th? Like if Kim pushed it out today, if there's gonna be a meeting, when's the earliest that you can have?
You're talking about just for posting a meeting notice, or you're talking about for the proposed?
No, posting a meeting notice to
Maybe.
agree to propose the tax rate,
Yeah.
right? You're telling me there needs to be 2 settings that needs to take place.
And it's-
Proposed in a final adoption acceptance. How many days do we need to, when can we set the proposed? If we were to start today,
You have to do it 3 business days.
not counting the day of the posting and not counting the day of the hearing. So the earliest we can do that is the 25th or Wednesday, but y'all are all gone. Fridays, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
I mean,
That's gonna be the 31st. So the question is gonna be the 31st, if we can ask the paper, if we give it to them at 9 AM on 31st. Or maybe I'll run it that Wednesday.
Let me propose this. What about Friday, the 28th? We're coming back from Austin in time to go to,
That's fine.
the judge's, Judge
Retirement.
Davenport's
That's right.
retirement.
So
So I
fine.
I
We
get
have
up,
that
I get
time.
up, I can be back here as early as y'all want us to be there.
I mean, we can do it on the 28th, obviously. And then it's still gonna all run in the paper on the 2nd. That'll be the 2nd. And then,
that gives you.
One, two,
Yeah,
yeah, so then we have the 10th is so we're gonna in essence, can we set it the same day of the adoption of the budget or does it need to be before?
Absolutely.
So we'll set the proposed, whether, yeah, because that would be Jason, will be here. We're gonna set the proposed adoption of the tax rate.
It's gonna be an agenda item.
We're gonna-
to propose tax rate.
That's gonna be the only thing on the agenda for that commissioner court session on Friday, August 28th.
We don't have to have a hearing for it. First.
no, it's
Not
proposed, not
proposed.
proposed, the hearing when we
And
adopt.
then,
And then the adoption or the
and
hearing
then
to
if we
adopt
publish on the 2nd, then you'll have your meeting to adopt on the 10th. On that date, you'll have your agenda items. Consideration to, public hearing for your budget, if you need one. And then consideration to adopt the budget first, and then consideration of public hearing, for the tax rate, and then the next agenda item is consideration of adopting the proposed tax rate. You gotta get the budget before you get the
tax rate.
tax rate.
So it's all gonna happen on the 10th.
And if you can get this deal done on 28th, then you're in scope.
Okay, I'm gonna tell Ken that that's gonna be the plan. I guess somebody will help get the language that she needs to get out. Thank you.
And I would say do it at like,
Well, Ms. Sherry, will you also let her know that all those three things that need to be said on the 10th?
Okay.
I think she's already got the adoption of the budget, but the adoption.
And what time on the 28th?
Y'all tell us what time y'all come back.
I can be back anytime that morning.
We can be back whenever. We got HM's little deal, so.
What time is
About
HM's
12.
deal?
Yeah, it's,
10 to 2, I think.
yeah, his is 10 to 2.
Do you want to do it at 9:30?
9 or 9:30.
Well, we're gonna be a while longer.
No, this
No,
is
no,
just to
just
adopt, this is just to propose
The tax
the
rate.
tax rate. It's gonna take you 5 minutes to do it.
On the 28th?
Yeah,
Yes.
because we've already agreed
We've
to
already,
do
you've
the
already
no
told me which
new,
number it is. and
no
the
new
tax rate.
revenue rate.
No new revenue.
I don't care what time.
You want to do it after or before?
Doesn't matter, whatever y'all want to do. Earlier the better.
Or yeah, 9:30?
Or we can do it at 10 and then
Let's
walk
do it
over
at
there.
10.
That's right.
10.
10 will be fine.
Yes,
10 on the 28th.
yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
No,
Thank you.
No,
thank you. I mean, that's what we need.
Compliant, yes, sir. All right. Back to deputy clerk, chief clerk, senior chief clerk, senior deputy clerk.
Clerk.
Y'all's thought process on the difference between a precinct. I think we need to first, if we're going to keep it very general, the difference between a precinct role and responsibilities and a countywide roles and responsibilities, I think is a smart place to start. Does that change anything or is that the same? Is it different? And again, I don't mean to do that outside of the presence of the justice of the peace who just left, but I think it's a smart place to start.
It's also gonna affect the tax assessor, deputy clerks as well, depending on where we go. I mean, are we gonna create subcategories? Well, if you're in the tax office, that's a different kind of deputy clerk.
my question is, it's not so much the title or the role, it's the amount of work they do. Does a precinct, does a clerk for the JP's office do more or less work than a clerk for the tax office? More or less work than a clerk in the county clerk or the district clerk? It's all different
Yeah.
work, but is it more? Is my question.
You ain't gonna know that.
Well,
Sherry's gonna be back in there in a minute, but they already said everything comes through the JP's, no matter what
That's-
precinct, lands in her office.
That's
All
why
four
I'm
lands
asking
in the
that.
They handle all four JP stuff.
So they get, no matter what,
And like I
no matter
said,
what, who
we
does it,
addressed this once
it
before,
comes
a
out.
few years ago. If you just go with the 5%, nothing changes.
But
Everybody's
it's,
where they
but it's
want.
already out of
And
line.
like I said, they probably don't agree now, but at the time, they all agreed that it was
Right.
good.
Right now, it's out of line. The JPs right now are making 52.1. Okay?
Okay.
And the proposed budget, the proposed increase for the county clerk is to 52. So it's already out of line. So if the county or the county clerk gets a 5% raise, they're going to 52. But the JPs are already at 52 and they're asking for a 10% raise. So if we give them a 5% raise, we're going to be five. The deputy clerks in the JP's office are going to be making $3,000 more than the deputy clerks in the county clerk's office, with both giving them 5% raise. There's already a gap.
Right.
Of $3,000. I don't know how that gap got into place. I don't know.
If we did 5% for all of them, we'd be perpetuating that gap.
We'd just be making that
We're
gap
kicking the
bigger.
can
It's a
down the
little
road to the
bigger.
next deal.
The gap would be a little
Yeah,
bigger.
yeah, yeah.
That's why we went from percentage to across the board.
Look, I'm gonna,
Yep.
I will play always the devil advocate across the board because again, I always say somebody making 40,000, get a $3,000 raise is a huge percent increase versus the person that's making 90,000, 70,000.
Right.
So I agree with it. It's easy. It's a peanut butter approach, get her done, but you're really hindering the higher performers, which is what this whole thing started with.
Mhm.
At the sheriff's office is take care of the people that have been here and in key positions. That is 100% anti that.
If you, I mean, if you call each one of those office holders down here, they're gonna tell you what their clerks do, and they're all gonna say the same thing.
Everybody works 24 hours a day.
They all
7
might
days
do
a
more
week.
than they do. I mean, that's what
I know,
they're gonna say.
I agree with you, Commissioner. I'm not kidding that. I just.
Where does longevity play in with employees? Is there
It's
longevity?
not in these numbers. These are just, it's hard for me to
How
say
long they've
longevity.
been here.
Okay.
They've been here longer than
So
you.
but there is a mechanism for paying people more for tenure.
If they're in that, if that person's a deputy clerk, they've been here for 10 years, they'll make more than 52,000. But that same, they're gonna make the same number as if you're in his office, or your office, or my office, or your court coordinator, or you're a judge, or whatever. It doesn't, it's all the same. I mean, there's no delta in the fact of what your position, office holder, elected, non-elected. It's all the same. That's why I leave them out of these numbers, because it would skew it so much that you would have a hard time getting back to a baseline.
Right.
I mean, the district clerk right now, if we were to try to set it right and just give the JPs a 5% raise, the district clerk is $5,000 behind new pace. So right now, the district clerk deputy's making $2,000 less. Well, less, no, it's going to even out because if we bump him to 5%, it'll apologize. They're making the same amount of money now, the county clerk and the district clerk. So we're going to fix that and put them all at 5%.
And don't
Right.
quote me on that, but I think the JPs, how that could have realigned. They each had 3 clerks in their offices and they voluntarily lowered it to 2 to increase their
Increase their pay.
anything. That's where you see a little separation.
Okay. And why there's no
I'm
separation
pretty
between
confident
the
that's factual.
county and the district clerk, because those are aligned as far as those two offices. Is that right?
So, yeah.
The district and the county clerk salaries
Yeah,
are
I think
aligned?
both the county clerk and the district clerk have asked for 2 chief deputies now, or senior deputy clerks. We're granted the position of senior deputy clerk for the district clerk, and then the county clerk, I think we're promoting one, so she'll also have 2 senior deputy clerks. So I do believe, Judge, they're in line from a staffing perspective, and that makes perfect sense. Sheriff, if roles and responsibilities were eliminated, that you would have a separation there. If we don't, I guess the question is, you in essence bring the JP clerks down to a 5% raise, because if you give them a 10% raise, then that gap becomes significant.
Right.
And I'm for staying consistent with the 5%.
Yeah.
I'm on board with that.
I'm thinking the same thing.
So
Yeah.
5%,
I'm looking for reasons to deviate from that.
we haven't really heard anything
Right.
across the board.
Right.
And those.
That's why I'm okay with starting with 5%. So,
And a 5% raise is a hell of a raise. I mean,
Heck of a rate, not, don't forget. The
14%.
insurance went up
14%.
14%.
So you're looking at a
We soaked that
20%,
up.
you're looking at a 20% benefit raise overall.
It's my stance.
And if you ain't never used that insurance, it's good.
It's good.
I'm probably the reason it went up.
Okay,
14%.
so I don't know, I know Greta just,
You were the outlier on me.
we haven't published your
Hey, Stay
salary
away
yet.
from tacos. Stay away from tacos.
you're the reason it went up 14%. No, I'm joking. So Greta just left. I don't know what we want to do in the essence of calling her, or that she said, I guess she's on call right now, so she left, but we can.
Well,
one of the JPs.
Well, I mean, we got the explanation to why hers are above other deputy clerks.
Yes, sir.
And I assume that's true. I mean, it sounds right.
I mean, I know the two county clerks aren't in here, so,
Okay.
but yeah, I mean, I think a 5% raise at their level and didn't seem like there was an outlier. I understand there's a little bit of
Maybe
work.
in that case, then, you know, if for the category, I'd want the percentage to be the same. If the
Yeah.
base salaries are already different, then let's keep the.
Right.
If
So
y'all remember, Greta even said she thought that what they requested was 5%. So,
in essence, the tax office is the same. So they're going to be at 52,063. The district clerk is 50. I mean, we can make them all the same. They're all relatively the same. The district clerk needs to come up and
I see what you're
Yeah,
saying. So
so-
I think I like that idea.
Yeah.
Everyone but the JPs the same because we've got a justification to why the JPs
Yeah.
were different.
yeah.
so they're all going to go to 52,063. Your office is going to go to 52,063. Josh's office is going to go forward to 52,063, and Sherry's office is going to 52,063.
Not that,
But it's 5% for the
Yes, sir.
seniors and for the chiefs too.
Well, yeah, I guess we can talk about the seniors are
Yeah.
5% too.
Yeah.
are there
There would be a
differences?
little bit more than that.
We haven't heard anything different why the seniors would need a bigger raise than 5%.
No, I just.
Are the seniors
I
and-
want everybody to get a
Are the seniors in the offices the
5%
same?
bump, that's it.
So the seniors in the tax office are 54,720. We go to the county clerk. I think that's what she put. 54,721. So yes, the same.
Yeah.
Josh,
54,721.
Does
Okay.
Josh have any senior clerks? He has one. We need to change him to that number. I think we'll get there when we do it. Yes, so I'm seeing the same thing.
Okay.
And then sorry, sir.
No.
The
This
deputy-
is sounding good. I hope it stays good.
Chief deputy, 60,597. Do you know what your chief deputy makes? Do you have a chief deputy? You have a chief deputy?
Yeah. 596.
Oh, so 50, so there's some discrepancy. No, it's the same. So it's a little off.
Well, maybe in the second scrub, we can
Yeah.
do the by title
We'll do
and see.
that.
We'll have that ready for the next deal.
Okay.
So we can do that. So I think we're good on JP's, district clerk, county clerk, tax assessor.
I'm feeling good about it.
Yeah.
So now
Yeah.
we're done with the precincts, we're done with those. We're gonna give the highway patrol asked for 5%. Same standard, agreed. Highway patrol's done. You follow me?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we do zoning and planning have asked for 5%? For planning and development,
Hold on, I just remembered something.
sir.
OSHA said something when she came in here.
She's getting grant money, the 30,000, I think.
Hold on. Is it,
I mean, we get it every year.
And that's performance based.
So did we fix her? Because I remembered her coming in here now and she said something.
right now
She
she's getting
said
5%
she's
raise.
in the top She said if she has
No, I'm
less than
talking about-
.02
She got left out.
error,
She got left out of
Yeah,
something that we did.
Well,
a
she
while back.
thought that she should have been making what the court coordinators should be making for the judges.
I don't understand.
Oh, because she's got a coordinator in her title.
Yes, but
And
that
watch
was
out on
not
that grant
the
stuff, because you heard that this morning
Right.
that one office got a $360,000 grant. And we get grants over there all the time, so watch out. That's
Yeah,
all
I mean,
I'm saying.
her grant, I'm with you.
That's
Sarah.
well taken. I
Her-
think I know what you're gonna say.
Yeah, her grant is a performance grant that she has to do something. And obviously the grant across the street, I just thought that one wasn't a performance deal. It was the state opened up some money to help juveniles. But hers is a performance grant. It's 30 grand. I can tell you from my own department, without talking in specifics, it was a bad word in the past. I don't want it to be a bad word, but HIDA is in essence a grant. We get $185,000 a year from HIDA. HIDA has nothing to do with this county. And I believe I need to pay the person that administers that HIDA budget a stipend above and beyond what is that. If HIDA ever leaves, that stipend needs to leave.
I think that's a good way to categorize it. So the performance, it's built in that it's expressed that as long as this is continuing,
That's right.
this is going to happen.
If HIDA were to, and I can tell you in my group, if HIDA were to leave, I would believe that role and responsibility, that stipend should be taken away because, but in essence, the county gets 185,000. And if I ask for $1,000 a month stipend for that, the county's still making $173,000 cash money that not a single person in this room other than one touches, and it's not me. But I just want to say that because I think it's a good point when we see these situations where there is somebody doing a grant, going above and beyond because of their performance, we need to think about it.
and talk to the judge.
This was, what I was talking about was, I don't remember now what it was, but it was something that we did however many years ago that she was left out of.
I don't know.
She
Yeah,
brought
it was-
She brought it to our attention and I remember it, but I don't remember what it was.
She was talking about last year, because all the court coordinators got,
Oh, they got a $10,000 raise,
yes,
but Kim didn't get a $10,000 raise. The 3 court coordinators got a $10,000 raise above and beyond the
I
$3,000.
don't think, this was something else. I don't remember, but
she called and talked to me about it.
So I don't know, we can call her and ask her, but the issue in essence with her deal there, we can put a stipend and say, hey, that stipend is paid at X time when we receive the grant or money, similar to, I guess, how the DA does it now with some of his stuff. I don't know.
Wasn't it something having to do with being the 911 addressing coordinator? or
man, I
something?
don't remember.
She
I
did
just-
want her name, her title changed because she is.
She believes she does more than 911.
GSI or something, trained, which that would.
Yeah.
She did want to change it to that because she does have to get certified for that every year. And, we receive 7,600 every quarter based on her, mistakes and stuff. And
Or not
she-
mistakes.
Not mistakes.
Yeah,
And so, I mean, yeah, we do, we get that grant because of her.
I guess the question comes up if we can pay a quarter, we can pay a quarter in arrears and have it set up as an incentive comp. I guess if she doesn't make it, then is the commissioner, I mean, she can come in here and y'all can approve. My biggest thing is I want it all open, right? When I took over, there was some stuff happening in the auditor's office that was not in the open. So if we are going to do an incentive pay for certain things, I just think it needs to be brought to the court's attention. And if she hits that number and we keep that number on a budget, then you guys agree that that incentive pay should be commenced if we decide to go down that way.
Like I said, I don't remember what it was, but I do remember her
No, I agree.
making a good point about something that was
Yes.
done, maybe we overlooked.
I think it was that, because she said we've
She
been
said
getting
if there's-
33, we've been getting 30 grand for the last X number of
Yeah, that- I
years.
mean,
So
that-
making
that
point
needs-
zero
That
two
needs to be
mistakes.
recognized.
Right, I
Less
agree,
than
sir.
in my
Yes, sir.
opinion.
So,
There was a bar she had to hit.
The reason we didn't know about it is because she never came in here and told us.
Yeah.
yeah.
I do look at the notes down. She does want to be reclassified as GIS technician. And that's because she does have to be certified every year.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I
And
have
she
no
did
problem with
request,
that.
a 10% raise for 58,000.
58,000 on a 10% raise, or that math was a math?
I don't know, maybe these notes are wrong, Stephanie wrote them.
So, I don't know, I think, so how much does she get a year if she bid on her grant?
We received 30,000.
So 30,000, so y'all figure out what a bonus would look like. Is it a 10% bonus? I can tell most grant writers, I know this isn't writing grants, but
I mean, if any employee in this whole county's workload has increased, it's hers.
Yes. And it's
And
gonna
it's about to
continue.
again when we
It's
hire,
gonna continue
another
to increase.
so.
yeah, I mean, I'm not,
Yeah.
so she could be an outlier. We
I should-
want-
I
She's
should've
really in a
remembered earlier, but
category
I
of
just-
her own.
I just now.
I mean, she could be one that we don't agree a 5% raise. We could agree to a higher raise and set, because she's having a title change, because she's doing something, we have the ability to reset her compensation. to
See,
where it
and this is
was.
where I want HR in here to review the job description. Title change,
Yeah.
job description change.
I understand. And we can table this for the 31st, obviously get Jason's feedback
Yeah.
We
today.
probably should do that, because I may be saying something completely wrong.
Yeah.
I think you're in favor for a potential salary adjustment based on the title change and observation of her grant accessibility. And there is incentive model where she can get a capture of that. You seem to be okay with that, or
You know,
I'm putting words in your
we
mouth.
didn't overlook it, we just weren't aware of it.
I
She never
understand,
came in here and told us.
understand.
But I'd also want to think about, I think what the sheriff was kind of hinting on, if we make this kind of a stipend program, if you've got a performance-based grant deal where we'll look into giving you a percentage of that as a benefit, then I don't know where it would come into play in other positions, but that's just a consequence. I'm not saying it, we don't want to do it, but
I mean,
But
yeah,
maybe just adjust your
Comes in
salary.
for
and
the
not-
That's what I'm
Texoma
saying.
High.
Yeah, just adjust your salary, it don't have anything to do
well,
with it.
yeah.
but I agree with you. My caveat to that is if she starts making 1% still,
don't
we
have a
don't get
clawback.
it, then we're not gonna be able to claw back. So it's difficult. There's gonna be difficult, whatever we decide, but it's hard. I mean,
Well,
I'm
then
just saying
there
if
would
it's-
be
They
steps
don't
to
meet their
fire.
performance requirements, you hold the employee accountable.
So then there's just management.
could be a deal there, right?
So that's an expectation in the job description.
For that specific,
So you
I
just-
think, I think in my case with mine, given that it's tied up, I'd like to have it out. I mean, unless y'all just want to bake it in there, but if it leaves, it leaves. And I would have a hard time calling back salary if at that point in time. But that's where I would say specifically to my case. And my case is again, job performance based as well, because if not, then they don't get money. So do y'all want,
Well,
we'll
that- yeah, I
table,
mean-
we'll table her till the 31st with a job description change.
Yeah, I mean, because then, anytime we can get some objective performance information, I think is helpful for salary consideration.
And
Maybe.
COG does send out a quarterly report. So that helps me.
So we'll table her. The other, there's, I guess, an admin in that office. I don't know how many, there's a election admin. So I don't know if we're gonna kind of do classic admin assistant. I guess the environmental officer is, who's the environmental officer? Good. He's asking for a 5% increase. He's another one of these that stand on their own, Judge, so we can kind of knock him out pretty quickly.
Yeah.
We can
What
also
page are you on,
table
Charlie?
now, and also, Stanley's an elected, Stanley?
No.
He works for us.
Where is he?
Oh,
No, he's up here.
Planning.
He's asking for a 5.8% increase.
Yeah.
So if I look at Stanley and then Luke, Luke's asking for 5%. Are we saying the same thing with OSHA with, are their roles and responsibilities, their increase in duties, they've also increased in their fee schedule.
So they are paying a little bit for themselves. I don't know how you want to knock out that office, because that office in essence stands on its own. It's kind of hard to compare them against anybody else.
I wish we could put them on commission, but
Yes, sir.
I mean.
they'd make them, they'd make
years
it dog
past,
hunt. I'll tell you
We've
what.
been pretty hard on that office
Yes, sir.
because, and maybe we weren't justified, but we assumed that maybe they weren't pulling their weight. And maybe they weren't, but we've had some long, deep talks in the last few months. Especially when it came to revamping our policies on housing developments, that type of thing.
Yes, sir.
Subdivision.
And I've been in there a lot,
Yes,
you
sir.
know, and they're busy. I'm still not happy with everything, but they're pulling their weight. And like I said, it does us no good to have that pile of citations in there this tall.
Right.
Nobody's gonna go back and
Right.
enforce them. And that has to be done. So, I'm okay with the 5% with them.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be pushing that office, you know, and we are providing the additional deputy constable to help alleviate that and push things through.
Of course, we're gonna come back and discuss OSHA though out of the office.
Right. So
Table her.
Stanley's asking for a slight above of 5%. He's asking 5.8%. And then obviously we said we're gonna talk about OSHA, but then Logan's making 5%. So you want us to adjust Stanley down to 5%? Do we think he's been left behind any of those years? He's making around 71. He's requesting around 71. He is a department head. Just kind of, I'm trying to now compare a department head to a department head.
Yeah,
He's a non-elected official department head. There's not very many of those. My office, maybe the only other one, that would be a hard comparison. I guess HR would be one, IT. The IT manager is making 71 or requesting 71.5, which is much more than a 5% increase. HR is asking for more than a 5% increase. HR is way behind Stanley at the moment. I'm not saying there should be comparable. I'm just, again, comparing department heads. Indigent health would be the other one. She's way high, but is there any similarities between those department heads, or should we just look at them autonomous?
I mean, I think it's informative to see where the range is for department heads.
Okay. What they're requesting, or do you want to see where they're at? Both
Where they're at.
So indigent health is 58. Where she's at today, if you want to write these down. Human resources at 58.5. IT's at 64.5. Stanley's at 67.1. That's it.
So from,
Ag extension, right? I don't know since.
so from 58 to 67, where they're at right now.
Yes,
And the first one was indigent healthcare.
yes, sir.
The second one was
IT, sir.
HR.
HR.
Next one was IT
IT.
and
Stanley.
Stanley.
I'm leaving my office out because my office is a whole nother situation and it's governed by different rules and responsibilities. Just
But
not trying to be rude. but-
5% is gonna get Stanley around 70,
Sir,
and IT would be just behind it.
well, IT's requesting,
I know what they're requesting,
Yeah, I know,
I'm saying it.
but 70, I mean, they're asking for 71.5 IT. What is Stanley gonna get? Stanley's at 71, so $500 difference. We could bring IT down, right, to meet 71 if we were to get Stanley. I'm gonna call Stanley. So I'm gonna give you the numbers where they're requesting, okay? That way you can compare it. Indigent health is requesting 85. HR is requesting 65. 71.9. IT is requesting 71.5. Stanley's requesting 71.
Does Indigent Healthcare has an assistant?
Yes, sir. Right now, she's part-time.
HR does not have an assistant.
HR does not have an assistant. IT has two full-time employees. And Stanley obviously has one assistant or one admin, I guess she's on here. You know, I would have it hard pressed to compare Indigent Health to IT, HR, or Stanley, just because
Right.
the volume hasn't been there, sir. I'm not trying to discount one office over the other, but if I only have to service 50 patients in and out, not on a daily basis, not grinding, I have a hard time looking at the difference between that and HR for 300 and X people or running I can tell you one thing is 24/7, that's IT, so
At any time.
and Stanley's office is obviously revenue generating for us. So those are the difference that I see off the top of my head. I'll come out and say it and maybe bad, but I cannot understand how Indigent would be that expensive for us. Yeah.
Right.
So
I'm out on that.
I think her salary at 58,000 has been what she signed up for and increases. I think she's an outlier from the other three offices that we just talked about, IT, HR, and Stanley. 5% raise for her and keeping her part-time, not adding the full-time is a decent recommendation to the court. But I don't see any other reason why that thing is if all of a sudden our Indigent Health doubled or tripled, then we would need to bring on a full-time person. She can come back and ask for that. We can grant that at that such time. But
Can you do a surrounding county salary for the HR and IT?
I can't, yes,
It
sir.
seems like the IT might be a little low.
I can
HR
have it ready by the 31st. Yes, sir. It'd be hard for me to do on the fly right now.
I understand.
Yes.
Are there educational requirements on that IT? Because what ours is tremendously lower, and I just want to compare.
You got your own IT?
Yes, sir. We adopted it from the county. The county had one that they needed to move, and we accepted. And that turned out not to be a good scenario, and then now we have evolved.
They have their own email address. That's why their email address is different than
Yes.
ours. They have their own servers. Obviously, when they're on our Wi-Fi here, I mean, when he's in here, he's on our Wi-Fi, but I think they have their own servers, their own Wi-Fi over there, their own
Absolutely.
everything. So we could have a shutdown over here, but they would be fully operational over there, correct? So,
Correct.
Okay. So I don't know, sir, what your IT person.
That's what I'm trying to see.
Director
if there
is.
are requirements
Yeah.
or what the.
I know the training, I know Tiffany there is certain things and she's managing all the cyber risk and things to that nature. So we can get that job description, we can bring her in. Then we can also look at, if you can let me know the name of your IT person, you can do a cross comparison to see what those two, but he's doing it alone. He doesn't have backup there.
And he does everything that she does.
Right.
I mean, I think it brings up a good point, but also I think where we're going through efficiency and software purposes, where does IT fit into what is going to be our new software?
Right. I mean, I think they're obviously going to be instrumental in making sure it's connected into the plug. The ITs obviously that are presented now are more cloud-based, right? So she'll have to make sure the access is, but it's not like we're going to have a hard drive sitting on the server for that. So this is a little bit different than maybe historically has happened, where we're building it in-house. This will be cloud-based and it plugs into our system, just like Google, for instance. Like we don't house Google here, but we allow Google into our presence, and that's what she'll have to do. A part of that. I don't think it's a major heavy lift for her. It's speaking for our system.
Right.
When I say ours, that is HR, Treasury, us, zoning and planning and zoning. They're all four departments will be a part of that, plus, that. But
well, I know one ask I'm going to have of IT is moving us as a county to a .gov website, because I think that affects some of our grants, and it's just a security issue. Sheriff, I don't know if you're on a .gov or not.
You're talking about. Yeah, we're on .org, they're on .gov.
Yeah.
Or they're,
Yeah, I know, yeah, so I agree, I think.
So I'm gonna have that asked, and maybe that doesn't necessarily, maybe that's just within the normal job scope, but
Yeah, I don't, so I guess, can we knock out indigent real quickly so we get that off our budget? Are you guys okay with a 5% raise there and keeping
keep
her
the
at
part-time.
I'm good with that.
Sir,
I'm good with the 5% on all of them.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and we can adjust as we go through, see what
The more
this year looks like.
Uniform, you keep it, the less headache you're
Okay.
gonna have.
all right, so we've got,
Well, that's why we're looking for the justification to be the piece to deviate.
okay, so now we're gonna go back to the three that we just talked about. So we have HR. I can do a study. We don't have to make that decision today. I can do a cross-section study of HR and the responding counties, the zoning and planning and zoning director, and IT, and I can get with the sheriff on understanding where his person is too. So I would think that we need to see the comparable things between those. I mean, we can table that to the 31st. That's easy, quick and easy.
And I think we're going with planning and development. I think we're gonna be asking them to do a lot, in developing
100%.
new regulations, and if we get some help from the legislature with additional permitting options.
The 31st or the 28th?
31st, you're not gonna be here. 31st is the next budget. 28th is the proposed dollar
Tax rate.
tax rate, propose a tax rate that are going to pay.
And that's it.
Yes, sir.
You can't do anything else that day.
Well, that's not true. That's not
I
true.
guess we could.
Actually,
We have
I didn't think y'all were
posted-
back on the 30. I can have Kim change it to the 31st. And we do, I mean, you're right, sir.
I mean, why can't we do it on the 28th?
We didn't do the 28th, sir, because I didn't think y'all were back there. So that was my mistake.
Yeah,
I told
that
Kim.
would-
That's
Do
good.
that, okay.
Way better.
So
Yeah.
we can propose where we do that. We can go to Judge Davenport's retirement party and come back and reset and come back here. So we can go there at 10,
Take
do whatever we
break.
want to do, and then come back here at 12:30 and be ready to we'll finish this. So
That's
you-
what-
Recess till the 31st, that's just.
We can't recess. We have to go. We're
That's
Well,
the 31st.
No, we're gonna keep the 31st in there. We're not gonna change that, but I'll have Kim tomorrow set a budget hearing at 12:30. Give us some time on Friday, the 30th, the 20th.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
That way it'll allow us to go to Judge Davenport's meeting or retirement party and come back. Fair?
Yep.
So you'll have one at 10, and then you'll have, we'll reconvene in a different one at 12:30. Fair? I love it. Thank you, because
Yeah, that's good.
the reason I did it because I thought y'all were all out, so that was a mistake, but, okay. So we'll table those three department heads until next Friday. Is that fair? At the moment? Okay. The IT assistants. She has two people under her.
Right.
She's asking for an 8% increase for them. Is there any reason that we believe there would be needing to be outside of that 5%? 5% to the two IT folks.
That's my say.
I think that's right.
I think the county treasury, chief deputy, she's asking for 5.6, we'll push down to 5.
Who's that?
The chief deputy treasurer.
Okay.
So it's in essence who Jane will be hiring.
Okay. It'd be the new person.
Fair?
Can I ask a question?
Anything you want?
Why does the chief deputy and their make, well, I know the answer to it because it was changed years and years ago, but their chief deputy, just like county clerk, district clerk, and
Should it be in line? I mean,
Well, it's a new job, so they are not expecting that, but
that got out of whack years ago because when
No.
somebody came in, one of those kind of things, but we always wonder, well, why does the treasurer chief deputy make any more than my chief deputy?
I can't tell you. I mean, thank you for raising. I know it's throwing a wrench in it, but I mean, we're trying to get it right. So let's do it now. I mean, and know why.
fearless one. Those
So,
chief deputies up to that.
so the chief deputy, well, your chief deputy, you're asking for 54,700, correct? Sherry?
Yes.
I think I have it on here, right? So, you
No, she makes more than that now. No, that's not right.
put on, you make it with your longevity pay or with your normal? I thought on your budget, you showed, you kicked that one person up.
Well, that, she's like a first deputy. She's not really considered a chief.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
she's
sorry.
senior.
Senior, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm having it wrong. I see
Chief deputy
senior.
and senior clerk.
My bad. I apologize. I'm looking at the wrong one. Been a long day.
Mine is 57,711.
Oh, I see you right there. You're asking, so you're asking for 5% to up to 60.6 right here. Okay, and then we're saying Jane's position. Yeah, I mean, we just need to reduce her $1,012 to put you in line with what they're asking for. So we showed it to you here. Chief deputies here in the county clerk's office making, I'm gonna call it 60.6. Right now, Jane's proposing a 61.8. So it's $1,200 off.
I would like for them to be aligned. I
Yeah,
think that
I
makes
that
sense.
Makes sense.
I mean, same title. Yes, there's different, it's a different office, but like with the deputy clerks, we had a reason for why the JPs were different. I don't think we have that reason here. I mean,
Talking about bringing James down.
Well, it's not her down. Right now, she's at 58.5.
just not giving her the 5%.
Not giving her the full 5%. She would be in line with the rest. Or
You know,
we'd have to
the
get
inverse would be bringing them all up to that.
Right now, what you're saying is James wanting more for hers than what the rest of them are getting.
Yes, sir.
No.
Well, it's gonna be a blank,
Chief deputy at 10 years, and this is gonna be somebody who's just walking in the door.
Yeah.
as I said, this is gonna be a blank canvas.
Well, that's why I asked about longevity. There is longevity associated with this,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
but that number is not including my longevity.
Sure. So that's why it makes
Longer
sense
you're
for
here,
that
the
number
more
to
you get
be,
compensated.
that number should be the same, and we're depending on longevity to
Right.
adjust.
Unfortunately, I mean, if he hires a mechanic or a guy that runs a trailer and has been doing it for 20 years and the new guy, they're just gonna make it sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so is the request there to put the chief deputy, the treasurer's office in line with that of the county clerk?
so what's the difference between the chief deputy and just the deputy? Is there this?
Oh, Jane's office that we're.
I mean, if we equalize them,
I'm-
is it like a $5,000 difference?
Close to that, I think.
Does it make it actually feel like a promotion, I guess? To be the chief rather than, ascending from deputy?
Absolutely.
And for your, in your office, yeah, they've gone from, let's look at the future numbers. 60.1 would be the senior or the chief deputy. The senior deputy's at 54.7. So it's a $5,000, almost $6,000.
And that's for a senior, and then you got a regular deputy.
Okay,
And the regular clerk.
another step. So we do have some steps.
So 6,000, the deputy to senior deputy right now is at 2,700. So if you go from deputy to senior deputy, it's a $2,700 step.
The next step is 5,000.
Yes, it's almost, yes, almost 6,000, like $100 less than 6,000.
And that's if we equalized all the chiefs at that lower chief number.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that sounds right.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
And so
County,
just to dig in just a little bit more, so in the treasurer's office, the new position is going to be a deputy clerk.
so they'll be put at whatever, all the deputy clerks.
And then in theory, if that person performs, they could go senior.
Yeah, so in essence, what we're gonna do is put whatever, I can't remember what Jane.
So that
had in
when they're
there,
starting at the
she's gonna be
bottom rung of the
52,
clerk
She'll be at
pay scale.
52,063. I don't remember what Jane put in there.
We always had a always, if there is one that is senior or the chief, you always have a chief, because
Right.
they do all the duties. If I'm not there, she does all the duties, sign everything. So we always had, and that position made around 5,000 more than the regular deputies. And then we had a senior deputy. And also I wanted a senior deputy this year up in criminal.
Just, we have that in there in the budget.
Okay.
Where
But-
you're already promoting within, right? For that one?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. So they're in line with the other senior deputies across the board.
I got my senior last year, my other senior, when we had all the
Okay,
uptick with the DMV stuff.
all right.
I got one for property, one for DMV.
So in
That's
essence,
good. So everyone feels like we got
I think everybody,
equalized votes in that regard.
the district clerk,
Okay,
the
that's important.
county clerk and the tax assessor, and now the treasurer with her second
Okay.
full-time person. In addition, it seems like we're all singing from the same.
I like
hymn.
where we're going. All right,
You want to end with the hard one?
let's do it.
Court coordinators.
Don't know anything about it.
Depends on who you ask.
You all said yes. I asked you.
You
Well,
don't
they
get
got
your name called
13,000
once, you
last
better sit
year. That's
down.
my input, but-
I think we had a comment from the gallery that, just so you understand, Judge, I think we hit it, but we probably went past it really quickly.
Sure.
Last year, the commissioners and the county judge agreed for a $3,000 increase across the board.
Okay,
There was a notion that came down, maybe originated from the district judge, that he wanted an additional 10,000 for his court coordinator. This is not inclusive of the grant that we talked about before.
gotcha.
It got approved, passed, thrown through, which then applied to both the county court law coordinator and the county judge coordinator.
Mhm.
So in essence, last year, when everybody else got 3,000, they got 13,000.
Gotcha.
There was no state mandate. There was no coming from this, thou shalt do that. It was just in essence a salary adjustment. If I'm wrong, please correct me if I'm wrong. If anybody.
No, you're right.
Okay.
But it was, when budget first started, it was perceived that it was a mandate.
Hmm.
Previous auditor, so that's why it was done.
We didn't know that we had a choice.
Yeah, we did, yeah,
weren't
we
happy
thought
about
that that was a
It
state
became
mandate.
We were ill advised.
complete at the end of the day, and we had to change this and do this because there was going to be, we were going to do, okay, well, you're only getting 10, you're not getting 10 plus 3. And then that became a very delicate issue. And so we had to come back and give the 3 in addition to the 10. So a salary, a strong market adjustment took place last year.
Right.
In that role and in that division. And please understand, I'm only spitting the facts. I'm not
I
criticizing the
know,
role or
I know.
responsibility of anybody in those offices. There was a significant market adjustment last year for $10,000 across the board in those 3 positions. We're excluding Kim because Kim is not, we made a decision last year, she would not get the $10,000. Not we, you guys did.
Because, I mean, the
There's
simple, the
difference.
simple way to say the difference is you don't have judicial responsibility.
I understand. Yes, sir. So the proposal on the budget now, so I'm just going back to where we are today. No comment. I'm really going to hold my tongue on this. There was a grant that was received by the district judges to, it's in SB 20, ARPA.
It was our.
ARPA. It was written during COVID. It was specific to her job responsibilities have increased due to COVID. That was awarded to her. It ended June 30th. County has in essence picked up that salary for the last quarter because it's just the way we're doing it right now. We haven't had said anything else from you guys not to do it one way or the other. Very delicate.
Okay.
So when the district judge was down here presenting his budget, he stated, he understands that that salary's gone up, that grant has gone away. I'm paraphrasing what the district judge said, but he believes that the market rate for a county, for a court coordinator is truly that 91,000, which is again, a second market adjustment in 2 years.
Mhm.
Therefore, when I built this budget, sir, it was keeping that flat like we did last year. If we gave it to one, we have to give it to the other two.
Right.
So the budget's built that way with the district judge leading the way, saying he believes that the market valuation for a district coordinator or for a court coordinator is 91 prior to fully loaded benefits. Shut up.
I mean, those are tough facts. You know, just for the equalization discussion, I know all those courts do operate differently, but you know, you get into case management, how many cases are we each seeing, that thing. For me, I don't see a big enough difference in order to justify the coordinators being that far off from salary wise
From each other?
from each other.
Yes, sir.
You know, it's gonna, I guess it comes down to justification to go past the 5%, knowing what we know about last year's cycle with the additional 10,000, which was interpreted as a mandate on top of 3,000. That's difficult. I think Judge Lagomarsino's argument for his coordinator was that she's doing the job of two coordinators.
Two coordinators. Meaning,
That in other district judges' offices that they've got two instead of one.
I'm not, I'm
Yeah.
just please, I'm not trying to step on. I have data that shows I've got one coordinator for two judges
Well,
in Bear County, which is San Antonio. So at a lot less pay than that. I'm not saying, again, not my, but I think that's the very, we have to get facts on where those things are.
I think the facts are necessary. I guess I'm arguing for the judge here, but I guess the other argument will be, being able to find these, how replaceable are these people for each judge? I think that is a factor. I don't know that I can get, I'm not trying to say I can get to the 90,000 number, but try to say it objectively. I think that is accurate to be able to find someone to fill that need for each judge. It's a hard position to fill.
You're advocating that the market is around 90 grand.
No, I don't think I can justify that. I mean, I just don't think I can. It appears that number really came from what we had with the grant money.
That was associated with the COVID.
Yeah.
I'm having to pick up additional services. That's the way the grant was written.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to pick up additional services during COVID. And the grant was awarded, and it was a 3-year grant. 3-year grant. So she's received that for 3 years. I'm glad she got it. I'm not saying, I just,
Sure.
It was in specific to an ARPA situation for COVID. Some of those things I saw on the report had to do with my office, and I know luckily my office is taking care. I don't know if she was doing those things 3 years ago. Some of those job or functionalities that was in the grant or in the auditor's office. I know she does not do those responsibilities today. But we can do some market research for next Friday of what other county court coordinators do. I can call around and see how many court coordinators in Rusk and not Rusk, but Henderson and Hood and those, and try to understand. If y'all would like to see that.
I think it would be good.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that, but
Yeah, I'd like to know what other district court coordinators make. Before I rush to judgment on it.
Sir,
Yeah.
We need some input. Yeah, that'd be good.
But I think we're all looking after our people. Trying to, every
Yes, sir.
one of us.
I agree. Whatever the market, whatever y'all feel like is, I'm
You know,
not,
and like I said, I use
I'm
that,
not trying to
I
direct
use
the
that line
conversation.
from that mule skinner on Dancing with Wolves, take care of my mules. When them Indians killed him, take care of my mules. And I'm made it a point up here, it's hard to fix roads if you run everybody off.
I understand.
And using political posturing to get it done is not below me. I'll try it too.
Are we going to rehire, an indigent defense coordinator?
I think it's a job opening correctly today. I have asked the new district attorney who's present in this room, and I'd like to show her some options, and I'd like to show the judges some options of what I've seen out there as of not hiring a personnel and using technology to do the job. I'm not advocating for technology to do the job, but I think we'd be remiss to not have an observation of what other counties are doing that help expedite the process of getting an attorney in place. Y'all may say, scrap it. I don't want it. I don't care. I like to hear it. But I think it would be, now, I'm not saying we can't find somebody in the interim and put them part-time and have them to help the core coordinators, because I know they're busy doing with it. But I think we'd be remiss to not observe some counties in the state of Texas that may be doing it more efficiently than us. And I think it may be an option that would be something to look at.
Research.
So we have it there, sir. We have it as a posted position. We gave it a 5% bump. If we decide to go there, then it's going to be in line with everybody else.
Just thinking about the court coordinators handling the indigent defense.
I know that just like his office, he's having to pick up, certain people are having to pick up the positions. And I'm advocating in that. I can't pay, there's no law that I've ever come across that I can pay for you to pick up doing somebody else's work. I've researched it, I've checked it, everything screams absolutely not. So if we eliminate the position and the court coordinators do pick that stuff up, then yes, I would agree that they need a bump or picking up additional responsibilities that used to be by somebody else.
I mean, that's why we've been talking about job
That's right. But that's not on the table right now.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think we're done. I don't have anything else unless you have anything. So we'll meet next Friday. We'll go through these last ones and then we'll rip through any outliers and non-personnel budgets.
Should we take advantage of Carrie being here and talk about the district attorney's office?
I don't know, Carrie, Brad, do y'all want to talk about y'all stuff?
I got one question.
Yeah,
On my original budget with that 62.4, I submitted a step. Is that being considered? Step approval?
Oh, step.
is that the step? The
We
step?
hadn't talked about it.
No.
I didn't see it on there.
Yeah, it was on the stuff that I submitted.
I don't have that in front of me. I think Charlie's got that on his computer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, maybe I did see this.
Followed after the sheriff. Senate Bill 22 pays for ours. County doesn't fund one penny of our staff. Start, we might want to look at some new steps. And nothing against those guys. I'm just telling you fact.
Can I hold on?
Yeah.
We're charging it to.
He's down a little bit.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, when do y'all want to get the discussion about the district attorney's office? You want to do it?
We can do it now.
I think it'd be good since you're here. I mean, assuming everyone's okay with staying.
Just stayed this long. I'm good.
Brad, I'll let you on tomorrow. You want to present or you want to? You have a plug in for this? I have a plug, you have your adapter. Right. Yes. I get it.
Now, look at my put together here. I got 3 pieces of paper all taped together.
Scared. You want to sit under? I'll move my.
Thanks, Charlie.
You have to sit next to this.
I'm okay with sitting behind him. I have to.
You'll be protected.
Right, I'll just say.
I get my internet to work. It's been blown out on me.
Who is our internet provider? Isn't that, isn't that a giant expense in our budget, the internet here?
I'd like to speak to that for a second.
I would appreciate if you did.
Well, we at the sheriff's office, as we said earlier, we have our own IT and different things. And so the district attorney's office, within the past couple of years, decided that our method of transmitting cases to the DA's office wasn't appropriate. That whole walk it across the street and hand it to someone and they sign a paper saying they got it. So we had to get into the technological world and we needed to electronically transmit those cases. And then real quickly, it was identified that we didn't have the internet speed at the sheriff's office that would, correct me when I get wrong. So we didn't have the internet speed to transmit it over here and we were bogging the system down. So we needed to do whatever was necessary to bring up our speed. And of course, we use the same internet that y'all do. And so we wound up at the sheriff's office having to make a significant investment in that, and it didn't change one thing. So.
Well, and I can tell you that from my perspective, when we get it from the DA's office, it takes hours, and I have staff that spend hours and hours waiting on it to download. It's a nightmare. It's just a nightmare.
Little wheel
We're on our
spinning.
third system.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, there was a name for
That
that.
little
Yeah.
wheel spinning,
Yeah.
watching it.
So, Judge, I mean, I would,
That's a foundational issue that you have to build on top of. You gotta have that piece right.
It's just awful.
sir, I would, I mean,
Judge, it's just
looking in
awful.
FY 27, I
We
think
used to have it, right?
you need to deputize somebody to go and find the best provider out there and cut through the BS. And everybody's gonna say they can be the speed of lightning, but I think we've got to get something where we gotta get to the 21st century. in this. I mean, if not, just put Starlink on this.
Call Elon.
I mean, at the end of the day, I was flying on a 35,000 feet up in the air on Starlink on a United flight and my phone rings. I pick it up and I'm talking to somebody like I'm talking to you right now. 35,000 feet in the air on a
We're getting
United
it Saturday.
737
We gotta
flight.
do something. It's just
So-
horrible.
It's there. The tech is there. They can keep track. I was literally on a FaceTime call, 35,000 feet in the air. Free.
Yeah.
So it's there, sir.
Old school
Okay.
ways
We're gonna do some
are
old
not
school stuff.
necessarily the worst ways.
All right. All right, Terry, I'll let you kind of talk about what you're gonna do with the group here, but just so everybody knows, our personnel total, is
Well, and I think we have some, y'all, I'll just be honest with you. I'm not good at reading these things. And like I know, we've got that, we had an extra, paralegal in there, and then we had that Amy Messer, Brad, that is in there, that's not shouldn't be in there. You see her? Okay, she's on down. You got
part-time.
yeah, Amy's been gone forever.
The information that he had was poor. It's very dated. It's not current people. Some of the salaries that he has are not the salaries that I'm told by, that Will thinks they are. So I don't know what's right, on some of these people. To be honest with you, I don't know what they're making. And I'm trying to ask them, but some of them are evasive.
I could see him weigh in on that.
There's a pay stub.
I feel not to ask, and I'm just.
Yeah.
I'm asking,
We
of
tried-
course, I'm
tried
asking
on-
you
Okay, one of
always.
the equations right there is Senate Bill 22 funds
Right.
that have been allocated to that department, but then they're dispersed at the discretion of the
Yeah.
office holder. And
They
so
can-
that might be why you're
they can
not
only go-
seeing or hearing.
Right, and they can only go to certain people. They can't-
Sure. And I want to have the freedom to do that. And one of the things is you're talking about that I think is critical, and I 100% agree with what you said, which is let's check around and see what other counties nearby are paying, because that's going to be the measure, right? What's it going to cost to get let's just say this one says, no, thank you. What's it going to cost to replace them? And attorneys are very difficult, y'all. I'll just tell you. We're way under, as you know, we're missing some people, and it's very hard. I know Will's trying to hire some people, which I think is unwise, because I don't know who we can get right now to fill a job, knowing that come January, they may be unemployed. I mean, imagine you're hiring somebody and telling them, move here, and
Oh, by the way, got a new guy coming.
by the way, yeah, your boss may not keep you come January 1. And I plan to let people know before January 1.
Touched on that a
Who's-
few minutes ago.
Do what?
I touched on that a few minutes ago.
Okay.
In another scenario, just because you're here today, don't mean you'll be January 1st.
Sure, and some of them are gonna be here January 1st, but they're thin ice people. And I'm gonna tell them that too.
Just so you know, if she lets people go on December 31st, that will be their last day. We will then pay out their FY26
Vacation.
26.
That's FY26. So we need to make
Talk
sure.
to me.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure.
No, you're over my head, help me.
Being
Talk
very
down
clear,
to me.
whoever you tell them that you're not going to hire January 1st, you need to make sure that their last day is December 31st.
Oh, yeah, no.
And
I'm
I'm
gonna tell them before then.
the reason I say that is because if they come into work at 8 a.m. on January 1st, they receive a full year of vacation.
No, sir, that won't happen.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna do it way before then.
Yes, ma'am.
And some of them, y'all, I'll just be frank, it's replacing them is harder than you think it is, and y'all may know that in your experience that they're not a dime a dozen. And especially people that are specialized, such as attorneys, that they gotta have that old law license. So I've mentioned, I think, to some of you that I think that Demara Watkins is going to be my first assistant. Sorry, that's just telling me I have and John Jackson, I think, is going to be our civil attorney, which, is just, I think is going to be great for us.
Can I hit on that? just
Yes,
real
sir.
quickly? He's the retired one, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I'm working with TAC right now to understand, because he's on retirement benefits for the county. So the last thing I want to do is jack with his retirement benefits or figure out.
Well, he's probably got county and state,
Right.
as
So
judge and.
I need to make
Right.
sure that we present to him his full offer, well, how it would affect his current county benefits and his offer. But I know we're going to work with Carrie on this, where whatever it is, we'll either fit him in some way that we can. I know Bob right now is part-time, which maybe not affect the county benefits or state benefits, but we will be working with Carrie and her team to make sure this gentleman has all the options and understands how it affects.
I can't thank these guys and have been so helpful to me, because I'm not good with these numbers. And they've been absolutely awesome, and helping me. But, what we're trying to do is figure in, first assistant, which we always had, and then the felony chiefs, which we've also had. One of those, well, really, in reality, the first assistant's position is open. The felony chief positions, hell, I don't know that those are full either. I'm struggling to find two of them up there. I've got one already, that I've asked to be a felony chief, but I'm just not sure that there's a person up there right now that is gonna be a felony chief. Stop it. No.
Ultimately, so we worked on this morning, right? Ultimately, last year, so she's making some changes in the department, adding some people, moving some people. So we've had a lot of moving parts here. But what we did when we went through the numbers was kind of looked at where we were at last year from a budget perspective. With her changes where we need to be, FY 27 from a budget perspective.
She's at 1.9 million last year.
1.9 million was the approved budget last year. All in with, incentive, longevity, all the different payments. She's at just over 2 million. 2 million.
Less than 5% increase.
At one time,
Less than 5%, y'all. I mean, I'm beating every other department you
So-
got.
So the
Do we
way,
have less
That's scary.
employees?
Go ahead, you can say it.
I don't know that they've got less employees.
I don't think
No, 'cause
so.
you
I think
asked
it's
that-
the same.
Well, you
Well,
you asked for one more
my
victims
question was
coordinator.
gonna be, at one time, Will had I believe 19 positions.
And
Which
I
is,
think there's 20.
Yes, sir.
What's that?
I think there's 20.
Yeah, he had a pile of positions. Are you planning on keeping all of those?
Initially, I gotta see how, I don't want to cut anybody until I see.
Sure.
Am I gonna get in there and see if I need them all? I don't know. I don't know.
He's
Not
not
if
running
everybody's, yeah.
He's not running at full staff, so he may have 19 positions on the budget, but
Well, I
he's
mean,
running at 15.
I have no doubt that
14 now.
it's fixing to run much more efficiently.
Well, there's a lot of things that I'm trying to help with that I think are gonna be financially, very beneficial.
Sure.
Just because we're gonna help you, I hope, with some of the things that,
Yeah.
that we can do to other sources of income, that are problematic right now, that I think I have some ideas, that we can do to get these people paying their fair share, where you can't just come in here and use our court systems without paying your way.
I know the only added position that we wanted to make sure we have was the second victim coordinator. So I think, and Carrie was very adamant that those people all need to have county cell phones. We took away their cell phone
Yeah,
allowance.
we're not doing cell phone.
And the investigators,
That's smart.
because
You already knew that.
we talked about it yesterday. The fact
Confidential
that
information.
if I gave my buddy my phone to look at some pictures, and he could see a text message pop up from a victim, then that is all kind of wrong.
Or somebody does an open records request, normally lawyer things aren't gonna be
That's the biggest.
subject anyway, but why do we want to create that problem? Why would we want victims or law enforcement communicating with us on our personal phones and turning ourselves, that just creates problems. So I'd much rather them have county phones, and that'll address the problem.
It creates a liability.
So,
Yes.
so even with that less than it's not even hardly any increase from 1.9 to 2 million, 2.9 or 2 million, just over 2 million. That's added in a victim coordinator, I think at around 55, I think it was. So, I mean, she's really not even asking for a percentage increase year over year. I think she shuffled the deck, maybe changed the salaries on some, but everything she's asking for is extremely reasonable.
Sure.
If not, hey, you got a little bit of leeway if you need to go attract a certain attorney,
Sure.
that you have the ability to go up 5% on some of the things. And I'm not speaking on your behalf, ma'am. I'm
No,
just-
you're saying exactly.
So, I mean, 5% of a $2 million budget on this stuff is around, 500 grand. Did I say that right? No.
Yeah, I may have looked at it wrong. It's 2,081,250 versus 1.9.
So, I mean, it's not that much difference. So giving her the ability to say, hey, you've got a little leeway. If you need to attract a salary, you have the ability to go up 5%.
That was one thing we talked about, is because some of these, you're gonna have a little extra money in this budget in your 26, because some of this money is not gonna be used,
Correct.
because those positions are gonna be vacant. So, yes, so the hope is that we can attract some really good lawyers, yes, to fill some of these spots that have been hard to fill because the pay is not,
Yeah, not if
they can
you,
go somewhere nearby and make a lot more.
yeah, or if you're a member of the bar and you can follow the mayor, I'll hire you. No,
Yeah,
no.
yes.
You need a track record.
Yes, well, and I think we've had trouble with that, and
Yes.
the money will help in that regard. If I can offer them a little better
We have to hire them away from a private practice, and that's,
A private practice
Another
or
county.
another county,
That's
you
what I
know,
mean.
they can go somewhere else nearby and make more
Quality
money,
life or-
right?
They can make more money and have a quality of life here in Corsicana, but they may not have in Bear County or Harris
Anyway,
County.
these guys have helped me so much, and all I'm doing is messing with the people. I'm not, the rest of it, I don't have a clue. You know, everything else and Will's been great about, you know, he's fed all of those numbers in. I can't comment on them because I don't know. We've been working really hard on the people, which has been my focus because I'm gonna have to trust y'all with the rest of it.
So next Friday, we can quickly we'll kind of re-summarize what Carrie and Brad have been working on, come up with a bandwidth, if y'all are okay with that. Adding the new victim coordinator position would be a blessing for y'all to tell us that now, so we can bake that into the budget.
Well, we're within 5%. You're coming in looking to build efficiency
Yes.
and reduce the backlog,
One of my-
and help us to get those court costs back.
You know, one of my employees, I'm hoping is gonna start early. It's a former assistant DA who I think is gonna start early, and she's gonna start helping get us lined up. And I've already started working with Jacob Shaw, and we're already working on them being prepared from day one to present to me, and to Demara, here's the cases here's what we think we need to do. And then we're gonna do a rocket docket where we're gonna say, we're gonna try to work some of our nonviolent.
I will be available.
Yes, that's what I'm
That's
hoping
my
is that,
place.
yes, we're gonna have you and our other judges ready for rocket dockets where we get people in and we make deals with cases that are not,
This is for the old stuff.
yes, get some of the, y'all, there's,
Ancient.
yeah,
Yeah.
8, 10-year-old cases that we've got to get rid of, that it's just ridiculous.
Well, we had to cut a guy loose from the jail last year that hadn't gone to trial yet, but had already served more time
Yeah.
in our jail than what the maximum sentence was.
And what are we paying for that?
85.
Sheriff,
That's 85.
85 a day.
And I just think overall
It's
for the
just
county,
ridiculous.
for the
three
county,
hots and a cot.
and I'm just talking as an
Some of
employer.
us get-
That's
yeah.
what it is.
Right. If somebody's still got an open case and I do a background check and I'm trying to hire somebody, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't serve the individual. If they've done their time, if they learn from it, they've got to be able to be put back in the community with a conclusion of a case. So
Sure.
the employer knows, so they get hired. I mean, there's got to be a rehabilitation of the residents in this county without this cloud hanging over their heads. So Carrie has been great with saying, hey, we're going to get this stuff moved in that way.
It's your bond forfeiture person too.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. Another value add.
Before you beat your,
Well,
she's the one that gets you
yes.
started.
We've talked several times before you got in here over the last few days about how much money walks out of the schoolhouse.
It's incredible. And you know, the other
It's
thing I'm thinking about is I don't know that we're using fines like we should. You know, because there's some offenses that, you know, we're gonna be better off if we get those people out of there. We put them on probation, we fine them instead of I've got them laying it out day for day over in the jail, $85 to
Cost
us,
us money.
as opposed to
And
them.
hoping they don't get sick.
Yes.
Trained
Yeah.
to don't get sick.
Yeah.
They got to go outside.
You know, we can make it, there's a way to make this more profitable, I think. That's my hope. That's
Cost
my
effective.
intent. Yes, not,
We're not
we're
here to
not-
make a profit. We're here to be efficient and cost effective.
well, and to cover our expenses for crying out
Yeah.
loud. You know, I want you to say that DA's office they're working hard and they're team players.
Say that too.
Amen. That'll be the first one I've ever heard that.
Damn it, don't say that.
I didn't say that out loud.
Well, I appreciate y'all very much. I know this is laborious as hell. I really just, I mean, I was with David last night till what, David? 8:30? Yeah, 8:30 at choir practice. And then I know he was back here doing this today, so God bless
Does he
y'all.
fall asleep during
Soprano?
practice too?
No, he can't stop talking long enough. to-
Soprano or bass?
Yeah, he's a,
Carrie, can I put you on the spot on
Sure.
something else, not even your department, but just to go back to the court coordinator deal, just because
Yes.
I know you've got a lot of experience, work relationship with those folks. And
nothing is more important to me than court coordinators. They're incredibly important. Now, do I think we need to look and see what they're making in other places? Absolutely, yes. But they need to have an opportunity to show you that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that really Brad and Charlie ought not to have to find that. They ought to be telling you that. That's what I'd be telling you.
Yeah.
If you were talking about, to me about a position and you'd say, well, what does that position make over in Ellis County, Henderson County? I'd know that. And I'd say to you, here's, let me show you some comparisons. There's not a more important person to the judge than their court coordinator,
Right.
period.
Amen.
I mean, nobody. Those courts
Yeah.
run well only if the coordinator's good. I mean, they're critical. That's what I think.
Thank you. Yeah, that's informative.
I don't like pissing them off. I'll just tell you.
Well, yeah,
Right, amen. I was like-
We know how to treat them.
you did a great job. I mean, I was trying to make that point, but I can't make it like you can.
I've been doing it for 40 years and I can tell you that, I had the support of every one of them, but that's why. It's because it's the way you treat people, y'all. And those
When you,
people
when you
deserve to
check
be.
on that, Charlie, when you're checking on these positions that you're talking about for us to look at again on 28, can you see if it's possible, how many court coordinators,
For judge.
how many court coordinators make more than an elected official?
Any elected official?
I
You
mean,
can look at any.
You're talking about the elected official they serve or the elected, any
Any
elected?
elected official.
I think we already got that in our budget.
I can tell you,
The
yeah, I mean, I can tell you,
Some of them are more valuable to some of our elected
mean, some
officials,
people-
just between you and me. but
some of our chief deputies clerks make more than the constable right now.
Apples and oranges.
I know, but that's what I'm trying, I just want to make sure I get you what
Right.
you want. Obviously, we have what our elected officials make on that slide now. So if I go get you 10 different court coordinator positions across counties similar to the size of ours, or maybe some big, some small, just like, so we can quickly look at it and
No,
go,
I got you.
okay, here we go. Consider, okay.
That's a really, I think that's
And
a,
maybe another factor in there, not every county has a county court CCO and district. Some have 2 CCOs
some have a bunch.
or multiple districts.
Well, and here's the other thing that I think about is that these gals have all been serving as your indigent defense coordinator as well. I mean, they go to the jail. I mean, they're doing double work and I mean, they're doing a lot. They've done a lot over the last, I don't know how long they've been. since
6
we had-
months.
Yes. I mean, I know we're not going to do that forever, but.
Right.
Yeah, they're my go-tos. All right, y'all need me for anything
No,
else?
thank you.
All right, y'all are.
We'll work with her next week and make sure we finalize the budget on Friday. But
Are you
that's all-
making-
all I got
Any
for
further
now.
business? All right.
Hold on, sorry.
I need to at least talk to you about the sheriff's compensation, so we can get that disclosed. Is that okay with him?
That's just fine.
Take it down.
No, I don't have. I don't eliminate that, y'all to do that.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move we adjourn.
Second,
Motion by Commissioner Moore, seconded by Commissioner Brewer to adjourn.
I want to make a motion that if we're gonna be in here for 12 hours
6
a day,
p.m.
we get
6.
better chairs.
Can I work with Kim? I think y'all have some budget in this deal.